Yeah. If I'm going to go buy a jersey, and I say I wanted to go get myself a Akil Baddoo or a Riley Green, I don't want it to have Meyer on the sleeve.
Correct. I get that. But if you wear an NHL jersey, you might have a swoosh on it, but you don't care because it's advertising the manufacturer.
It's the brand of the jersey,
okay.
yeah.
If the NFL does sponsorship logos, placement is key. Like maybe only put it on the chin strap. I would love for Menards to sponsor the Lions. I would love Menards on the Lions' chin.
You're not getting it.
Yeah.
He would like Menards.
Yeah.
On their chin.
Yeah, exactly. These sponsors on professional teams' uniforms is just greed.
That's a well-worded text.
What'd you say?
It's just a well-worded text. Nice job.
Yeah. I would rather they put a small patch on the sleeve than to raise ticket prices to make up for the difference in revenue. Of course you would. You'd much rather do that, wouldn't you?
Say that again. I'm still lost on Menards.
What? Better than balls on. I would rather they put a small patch on the sleeve than to raise ticket prices to make up for the difference in revenue.
Sure.
Let's go to Kim and Linden. You're on 97 The Ticket.
Good morning, gentlemen. And Heather, as usual, I appreciate your entertainment value.
Thank you.
I think the only thing that's missing now is a commercial with children in tattered clothing that are the children of the sports executives who are so desperately in need, and Sarah McLachlan singing "In the Arms of an Angel," soliciting more funds for these destitute people. It's just, to me, it's just pure greed, and it bugs the crap out of me. I'm a staunch baseball guy, and the classic Tiger jersey is, in my idea, untouchable. Who needs more money?
We all do.
Needs more money is my question.
I think we all do, and I have no problem with capitalism and selling this. This is just not something that I would. Kim, I'm like you. I would not want this to be a part of the jersey that I was wearing.
Yeah. My argument is nobody needs more money. Everybody wants more money. I mean, yes, the rich guy, how much is enough? And he says $1 more. I mean, come on.
That's yes. Obviously, billionaires don't need more money, but that's part of the reason they are billionaires.
That's very subjective. I mean, it's.
Yes.
I mean, welcome to America.
Right. I know. I mean, I have no problem. I'm looking at these highlights on these. All these jerseys that I'm watching, they have. To me, what's the difference if something says Meyer or has a logo of a company on a sleeve, as opposed to a big swoosh on the uniform? I don't see the difference. It's an advertisement, right?
It's the brand, but it's the brand. Oh boy, what was that? Did you see that?
Yeah, some guy threw his club.
Stoney advertising for the Philadelphia Flyers today.
Yes, exactly. I'm not getting paid for it, but
and Adidas.
And Adidas,
yeah,
right?
Yeah.
Exactly.
It's the brand of the jersey that is there. I mean, that's.
But it's still an advertisement. I mean,
I get that, but it's not. But you're adding another one to it, and then what's next? You're going to add another one to it, and then we need to create some more revenue, so let's put another ad on the uniform. This is just. I don't want to keep going down this road.
I know. Look, I completely agree with you in principle, but like for what the Tigers are doing,
I'm not mad.
I think
they did it because
if you're going to do it, at least theirs looks okay.
Yeah,
basically,
and it's their right. All right, they own the franchise.
Yeah,
right. They own the jerseys. They can do. Major League Baseball has said this is okay. You can add to your jerseys with advertisements.
Right.
So they're not doing anything wrong. I just don't like it.
I completely understand it because in a perfect world, yes, you wouldn't have any advertisements at the ballpark.
Oh, no, you can have advertising. I'm fine with advertisements at the ballpark. I just don't want them on the jersey. That's where I draw the line.
I remember when people were upset when they started having do they have ads on the video boards at the Michigan games? Do they do that still? Or did they?
Well, I mean, before they had video boards, no.
Right.
and advertising inside the bowl.
Right.
No, they don't have it on the on the brick wall.
Right.
They don't have it anywhere else. It is all in the concourse.
Right. But there are some stadiums that have advertising everywhere.
Sure.
And
It's all sight lines for TV.
yes, exactly.
I just think, like, okay, yeah, the owners are making money off this. Well, they want to make money, okay? But I think sometimes people overlook, hey, from operating cost standpoint, they're dealing with inflation.
Sure.
And if this offsets raising maybe concessions a little bit or something like that, it's good. Will we ever know that? I don't know. It doesn't bother me. I'm not going to not watch a Tiger game because there's a Meyer logo there.
Oh, I'm not going to turn the TV off either. I just don't like it.
I just think it's not living in today. It's just an old. Look, they put something right in between the English D. Yeah, that's going to look very corny.
I'm with John. Any advertising on a jersey is gaudy, and that stupid patch isn't going to make me go shop at Meyer. Dick's sponsored mouth guards. I'll leave that for John. All right, 97-1 to tickets. Two 248-539-9797. A few more tickets, actually, then we'll get to a real big issue in the world. Money is the root of all evil. Pull that patch off by its roots. Hey, Stoney John, did you notice the Meyer logo is only on one sleeve, either the left or the right, depending on what hand the batter hits? That way their corresponding arm will be facing the camera while batting. Does that mean a switch hitter has them on
both
sleeves?
arms?
I don't know.
Yeah.
If they don't advertise on the jerseys, how else are they going to pay for all those sub-Mendoza line hitters? That's from Gids and Brimley. I think people are playing too much into it. As long as we're winning, I don't care if Big Bird is on the sleeve. Bring us some championship. Stoney, this is just another thing for people to be mad about. Boo-hoo. I'm not mad about it at all. Premier League does this because they don't have commercials. We get both, apparently, because of dollars, Scott and Burton.
But there's no stoppage of play in that game.
Right, exactly. That's why they sometimes will show a commercial in the corner. But
yeah.
Yes, but their uniforms, or as they call them over there, the kits, right? They are big. They're advertised. That's the jerseys.
They're called kits?
Yes.
Like that's the uniform kit?
Yes. Soccer, they're called a kit.
Like Knight Rider?
That I don't know. All right, here's something more you could be mad at, okay?
Oh, okay. I like it.
I think this is worse for the majority of people than the Meyer deal, okay?
Okay.
Tonight's Tigers-White Sox game. It's on Apple TV. If you don't have Apple TV, you can't watch.
Okay.
To me, that's worse for a majority of Tiger fans than actually, a Meyer patch on their jersey. Yeah or nay? You have Apple TV, so
I do, so
right.
it doesn't affect me.
I agree. I do too. But
Yeah.
I don't think the majority of people do have Apple TV, do they? I don't think so.
I wouldn't know the answer to that question. The majority of viewers, not people, but the people that would actually be watching the game.
Yes.
Yeah.
I would guess no, but like I said, it would be just a guess. All right. Last night, my daughter texted me and I was having dinner, and she said, "Dad, on your way home, can you stop and get me some ice cream?" I said, "Sure." So
You're
I
a
went
nice
to
guy.
I went to the local neighborhood ice cream place, 44 Scoops on Orchard Lake Road, and I was waiting in line, and one of the young customers there heard me give my order, and he goes, "Are you Stoney?" I said, "Yeah." He goes, "Oh, I listen to you and John all the time. I love you guys," and all that stuff. He was about 16, 17 years old.
Recognize you by your voice.
Yes. And I said, I like young listeners.
Yes.
Okay. So he was with one of his friends, and his friend ordered Superman ice cream.
How young was this listener? 6?
No, he was like probably 15 or 16. And I said to his friend, I said, "Is anybody allowed to order Superman ice cream over the age of 18? He goes, "Well, I am 18. I said, "Okay, so you have one more year."
of ordering Superman?
Here's my question, because I'm not a fan of Superman ice cream per se. Whatever, I don't think you can judge
I don't know
people.
that I've ever had it. What's
Okay.
it taste like?
You've never had it?
No, I don't.
I think it's more-
I'm shocker to everyone listening. I'm very traditional in what I like
Right.
for my ice cream, and Superman would break every rule that I would have.
Okay, so here's my question. Do you, if you are over the age of 18, do you order Superman ice cream? Because I've never seen anybody over, somebody who looked 18 years old, order Superman ice cream.
Yeah. I believe Jack at one point has ordered Superman ice cream, and I don't know that I would even take a scoop just to see what it tasted like. It just looks awful to me.
My goodness.
I think
I would totally order it.
You would? Okay.
Really?
I don't love it. I like it, but it's not my favorite. But yes, the only reason I wouldn't is that if it would turn your mouth blue, I wouldn't want that. But other than
But there's only a little blue in it. I mean, it could turn your mouth yellow, red.
I thought it was all blue.
Oh,
Am I
no,
thinking of
that's
a
Blue
different-
Moon.
Oh.
Superman ice cream is the one that's
Multicolored.
Yeah, it's got all the colors.
Got the colors of
Oh, then
Superman's
I don't know
cape.
if I've had it either. I'm
Yeah.
thinking of Blue Moon. Then is what I'm thinking of.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's got blue, red,
Oh,
and
but I
yellow,
would've-
basically, right?
I don't think there's anything wrong with ordering it. I mean, I order kid flavored things all the time. I mean, that's pretty much all I eat. Things that are catered towards kids. Like if I get ice cream, I'm getting gummy bears on it. I'm getting sprinkles. I'm getting all like
Ooh.
the nasty kid things. Like if you go to a soft serve ice cream place where you can put all
Yes.
the toppings on yourself.
Uh-huh.
Oh, I'm getting all the gummies, just
So you're
I don't
why
know.
they're there.
yeah, that is exactly.
All right, 248-539-9797. Two questions here. Are you too old to order Superman ice cream? Is there an age that you can't order it anymore? And what's your favorite, kid food? Heather's is gummy bears, basically.
Favorite
Candy.
kid food.
But
cereal?
Yeah, well, that's
Lucky
mine.
Charms.
I don't like Lucky Charms, but mine is definitely cereal.
Yeah, Frosted Flakes.
Yeah. And I haven't had them in
Once
a long time.
Once you start, you can't stop till
No.
that box is empty.
The one my wife gets is like
Frosted Flakes?
peanut butter and
Yeah.
like chocolate Cheerios we have.
Peanut butter and chocolate Cheerios?
Yeah.
Oh.
Hmm.
I'm all confused. I was thinking of Frosted Mini Wheats when you said Frosted Flakes, and I was like, no,
Oh,
those
yeah,
are
no.
awful.
Oh,
Frosted Flakes are good.
Yeah, Frosted Mini Wheats are awful.
Yeah, those are for anybody that's over 75.
They're like shredded wheat.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, it's awful.
stuck in your teeth.
Who's somebody that's just trying to get regular?
exactly. exactly. 248-539-9797. What's your favorite kid food?
Probably goldfish. I mean, I'll eat
Okay.
goldfish
yeah,
if they're
those
there.
are solid.
You
Yeah.
know, we've kind of gotten out of that phase. Kids are getting a little older now.
Yeah.
But definitely, I would always have a few. I can't stand gummies. I would never eat gummy bears ever. It's that and fruit roll-ups. Oh my, that is such kid. Like who? Do you know any adults that eat fruit roll-ups?
Not fruit roll-ups, but fruit snacks. Yes, at Costco, I always buy the giant box of fruit snacks.
Yeah,
Those,
Teddy's
like, Welch's
all
fruit
about
snacks.
yes. He's all about the fruit snacks, and I can't open one and give it to him without taking two or three
you have
out.
to try it. That's what
yes.
parental responsibility.
Right? Yes, got to make sure they're not going to be bad for him.
Exactly.
They
How about
are.
this? Just cheese pizza.
Oh, that's me.
That's not a kid food, though.
I'll never order just a cheese pizza, though. The only time I'd ever eat a piece is if we were at something and it was a kids had it, and that's what they had.
I order cheese pizza a lot, and I'll put
if I do,
I'll
it's
put
going to
the-
be double cheese
I'll put
and
the hot
Parmesan.
pepper. I'll put the
and-
hot peppers on it and
Yeah.
things like that.
Well,
I
you're doing
love a
stuff
good
to
cheese
spruce it
pizza.
up. That's the thing, though.
Yeah.
Just a cheese pizza with nothing else. Ugh.
I love
cheese
it's
pizza,
very
but I'll
boring.
salt it.
right. Cheese pizza is great. I love cheese pizza.
Oh,
gotta
I
have
salt my pizza
pepperoni.
every time.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Interesting.
Bacon on a pizza is now like my favorite.
Oh,
But all places.
do you like blue cheese?
No, not really.
Oh, I was going to say bacon and blue cheese on a pizza is top notch.
All right, Damon in Detroit, you're a 97 on the ticket.
Hey, what's going on? How y'all doing this morning?
Good,
Good.
Damon.
Good, great. Oh my God, Superman ice cream. I'm 45 years old. I hunt it down, and I think the recipe has changed because it doesn't taste the same as it used to. But that Superman ice cream is everything. You don't know what you're missing, man.
All right, Damon, describe the taste for me.
Heaven. Heaven. I don't know. I guess it's just the nostalgia. My grandfather taking me the 31 flavors back in the day, but it tastes like heaven. It's undescribable.
Is it fruity?
No, not really. It's just heaven.
Okay.
Let me ask a question. Is Superman ice cream a Michigan thing, or is it a?
I think Blue Moon is a Michigan thing,
Okay.
but I don't know that Superman ice cream
Because
is.
I don't remember now. Granted, it was a long time ago, but I don't remember Superman ice cream being sold anywhere else but Michigan.
I feel like
That's
it kinda
that's
is a
because it used to
Michigan
come
thing.
on horse and buggy,
Yes, exactly. It would melt
and
by
it would
the
just
time.
melt by the time
Yeah.
it got to your front
Right,
door.
as opposed to the other flavors of ice cream that wouldn't melt. That made sense, John. Tom and Wyandotte,
I meant all ice cream.
you're a 97 won the ticket.
Hey guys, I love your show every morning.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted to let you know that Superman. I know, John, you mentioned Blue Moon. Well, Superman is a very Michigan thing. I'm an old man. I'm 54 years old, and I remember getting Superman ice cream since I was young. And I have a lot of family all over the United States, Texas, California, and they had never heard of it. And Superman ice cream is not like a sweet, like overly sweet, crazy flavor. It's very similar in taste to Blue Moon. It just kind of has more colors to it. So it's not anything like Sour Patch flavored.
Right.
It's a very kind of non crazy flavor, but yes, it's a Michigan thing too, just like Blue Moon.
Okay.
It tastes very much like Blue Moon.
All right. Thanks for the call.
Does anybody know where or why Superman? I mean, obviously, if it's in relation to the movie, you could say, okay, well, I understand why Superman ice cream was created, but I think Blue Moon ice cream was, and somebody may correct me if I'm wrong, and I could possibly be wrong, but it was,
Not you.
it was, I believe, started at the House of Flavors that's over in Ludington.
Oh,
I think they had the original Blue Moon, but where did
I don't know. You know what?
Superman ice cream
I'll
begin?
bet you during the break, if we wiki it, we could find out.
Oh.
Or Google it. One of those things. It's
So Wiki says, and they do say it's unconfirmed, that they believe Superman ice cream started at Stroh's in Detroit
Okay.
during the Prohibition era.
Superman ice cream. Wow. Because Stroh's couldn't sell beer, so they decided to sell something else, I guess.
So, how old is Superman?
The actual hero, superhero?
Yeah, is that was he around at that time?
Yeah.
Yes. It was before the movies. There was a television show. There was a comic book. That's
Okay,
where
but
Superman's
when was Prohibition?
probably in the
What, the 30s,
30s,
right?
30s.
Yeah,
Well, there
okay,
were
so
comic books.
Superman.
Oh, yeah.
I know. I'm sure there were comic books.
Yes.
Superman predates Prohibition.
Yeah, I think
Pro-
so, from
pro-
comix and black and white.
Probably.
Okay.
I mean, Stoney, you don't remember it?
Yeah, but if it was in black and white, then why do we have this colorful ice cream?
Because
I mean, we're
Life wasn't really black and white.
Yeah, I know. Right.
No, but the comic book was.
Well, no, they actually had color in comic books too. You know,
Color print,
okay.
not color TVs.
correct?
Okay.
Exactly. All right, 248-539-9797.
All the tough stuff. It is Memorial Day weekend. Memorial Day is Monday, and the celebration at Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram of Southfield's been going on all month. Enjoy the warmer weather with loved ones and get ready for summer in a new vehicle. From now until May 31st, stop by the Stellantis Memorial Day sales event going on at Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram of Southfield to shop exciting specials on great vehicles like this one. You could lease a new 2023 Ram Bighorn starting at only $329 a month. And with over 350 vehicles in stock, you should have no trouble finding something to impress your family and friends when you show up at the annual cookout this year. And if you're searching for a specific fit, try using CDJR of Southfield's convenient ordering process to customize your vehicle online or in store. It's what I did with the BBT, and I love it. Through transparent pricing and incredible attention to detail, the team will go out of its way to help you order the vehicle you've been waiting for and make sure it's the absolute best guest experience you've ever had. Stop by the dealership today at 11 and a half and Telegraph, or you can visit them online at ChryslerDodgeJeepRamOfSouthfield.com. That's ChryslerDodgeJeepRamOfSouthfield.com.
248-539-9797. Stoney and Jansen program tackling the big issues of the day. Yesterday, I got ice cream for my daughter, and I saw a listener who was very nice, young guy, and his friend ordered Superman ice cream, and it came to me that does anybody still eat Superman ice cream over the age of 18? And we also tried to get into where Superman ice cream started and Blue Moon ice cream. John, you are correct. As far as Blue Moon goes, the legend is, the theories, I should say, according to Wikipedia, that Blue Moon started in either Milwaukee, Wisconsin, or Ludington, Michigan. The Chicago Tribune has described the ice cream as Smurf Blue Marshmallow Sweet. Blue Moon is one of the flavors that make up Superman ice cream in certain states.
Right. Yeah, so I believe it's the House of Flavors in Ludington that created that. But also Greg has found out a fact about the origination and the timeline of Prohibition and Superman ice cream.
Yes, I typed some dates into the Googler, and Prohibition was 1920 to 1933. Superman made his first appearance in Action Comics in 1938.
Oh. Okay. So it had nothing to do with Prohibition then.
Yes.
Which leads, or Superman was named after the ice cream.
Could be. Yes.
Could be. All right, we have some ticket texts. Superman ice cream tastes like ship with a T. How about that? I'm 27. I keep a tub of Superman in the freezer at all times. Cherry vanilla and Blue Moon ice cream, nothing better. That's Trevor in a car. I'm 28, and Guernsey has the best Superman ice cream. It's not what I always order, but every once in a while.
I think Guernsey has the best ice cream, period.
Superman is really close to cotton candy ice cream.
Okay.
Love Superman ice cream. I'm 55. It's Dennis in Erie. I just celebrated my 46th birthday, and for it, I made sure we got some Superman ice cream for my cake because it's still my favorite. My God, Heather, all that sugar. Do you have the strongest pancreas in the world?
I literally survive on sugar. I probably will die very young. I don't know. I eat such a bad diet. I do. I eat lots of sugar.
That amazes me.
Superman ice cream.
It really does.
I know. Superman ice cream.
Especially for someone who chooses not to eat meat.
Yes, I know. Right.
It's not sugary enough.
An awesome steak or a pound of gummy bears.
Yeah.
She'll take the gummy bears.
I will.
Superman ice cream as an adult is a joke. Graduate the Blue Moon already. That's Sam in Grand Rapids. Let's go to Susan in Romeo. What's up? Excuse me, Ryan. What's up, Ryan?
Morning, guys. Long-time listener, first-time caller.
Yeah, what's up, Ryan?
Good morning. Long-time listener, first-time caller. How you
Thank
doing?
you.
Good. Yeah, I was calling in on the Superman ice cream and the kid snacks. Listen, I got a buddy, 32 years old. Superman is his go-to, gallons of it, sitting in the fridge or freezer at all times. It will be the first ice cream he selects that has anywhere. In addition to that, you talk about the fruit roll-ups. This guy has stocked fruit roll-ups, Gushers, the Gummy Bear Lifesavers, and here, let me throw one more at you. How about Dunkaroos?
What about Go-Gurt?
No, not a Go-Gurt fan. He is the candy sugar guru king.
Will he put those all on top of his Superman ice cream?
Probably. I don't know if I've physically seen it, but I wouldn't put it past him. This guy has snacks like that on the daily, just sitting on the couch watching TV.
Where is he on my favorite candy that's non-chocolate, and that's Pez?
I'm sorry. Oh yeah, Pez.
Oh.
No, I don't know. He's not no Pez. He's just going to your local 7-Eleven daily every night.
Wow.
Getting any sort of gummy, any sort of fruit roll-ups, Nerds Ropes.
Oh, so good.
Wow.
So good.
Heather, where are you on Pez? Because I could eat.
I love Pez. It's not my favorite. I go for more the gummies too, but Pez, I actually just bought some the other day while I was in line at Michael's because you can't pass that up. And I ate all
but
of
it has to be out of the dispenser.
No,
No.
that's a waste. You'd rather buy the
takes too long.
6-pack of the Pez,
Right, and put it in the dispenser.
No, and just you eat the Pez in with like 5 minutes. 6
The
packs.
dispenser is the best part of Pez.
No, I don't
Right.
think so.
No.
What I'm so
Yeah, you flip
disappointed
the
about
head back and
is that they
pops
changed the
out.
packaging. I hate that they changed the packaging of Pez.
Oh, they have?
Well, you know how you used to be able to push the wrapper off? You know, like
Yeah.
now it's all one. They've consolidated, and I don't like it.
Wow. I mean, I remember once I had so much Pez, but it was like low cal or whatever, sugar-free Pez.
What?
And I went to the. I
They
had
even
to-
make that?
Yeah, and I had to go to the bathroom a lot, and I couldn't figure out why. And then I realized, wait, the sugar-free Pez is made with sorbitol, which is baby laxative.
Oh my gosh.
Pez would be a dinosaur if not for the dispenser.
Yes. Give me the little tablet of sugar, but hold the sugar. put in a diuretic instead.
Yes, Brandon in Riverview, what's up?
Hey, good morning.
Good morning.
Love your guys' show. I listen all the way on to work
Thank you.
every day, except today I got the day off. So
Thank you.
4-day
Enjoy.
weekend. So my boys are 16 and 11. I'm 50. I used to have to make double and triple the amount of baby food when I fed them because I would eat the food as well.
The Gerber, like out of the Gerber bottles?
Oh.
My favorite was the macaroni and cheese for some reason. I don't know if it was Hormel. Either way, it was awesome.
Wait, like mush, like legitimate macaroni and cheese, or like mush?
The small, microwavable, and it was probably not even a cup's worth, but I would
Yeah.
eat that and then have to make double and triple
More.
the amount to feed my boys. They're big boys now, though. So.
Okay. Because I thought you were
So
talking
they
about the,
have they graduated to adult food, and you're still on the on the Gerber?
No, we're good now. They're eating. As a matter of fact, you mentioned bacon on pizza.
Oh yeah.
When you're downriver in Southgate, place called Roma's Pizza, get just a bacon pizza. You'll have nothing better.
All right.
check it out.
Yeah.
Thanks for the call. Some text. 90s Superman ice cream had bubble gum in it. Awesome.
Oh, I used to get that bubblegum ice cream all the time.
Haven't had it since I was 10.
Wait, so you're eating ice cream and you're chewing gum at the same time?
Well,
Yeah.
I would spit all the bubblegum out as you're eating it, and then you'd have the bubblegum after the ice cream.
Wait.
It's like chiclet
So
size.
it's ABC gum. You're gonna eat the ice cream and
No,
then
no,
spit out the gum and then
No,
eat
I
it
wouldn't-
later?
No. I wouldn't chew it as I'm eating the ice cream. You'd eat the ice cream, and then
And
you'd be
just
left with like
suck
a
it
chiclet
out.
size, and then you'd spit that. I would spit that out, and then I would eat it afterward.
That makes no sense to me.
Superman ice cream is great. It makes very colorful poop.
Food dye.
Wow. It's an ice cream flavor. Why would age matter? You boomers just make things up to get mad at. I'm not
Nobody's
mad.
mad. I don't
Who's
know.
mad? I just was curious because at any time I've been in an ice cream parlor or
Yeah.
store, I've never seen anybody over
That's
the age of
usually a 6-year-old that goes up and
Right.
I'll have
Right.
Superman ice cream.
Nobody's mad. You're just being mad at boomers just to be mad at boomers,
Mm-hmm.
Texter. Hell yeah, I'm 36. It's awesome. I have a half a gallon of Superman ice cream in my freezer right now. I eat it all the time, and I'm a straight married male who's 57.
Thanks for declaring.
Yes, exactly. Wow. Yes. You might have that rainbow flavored color ice cream, I guess. George and Trenton, you're on 97 on the ticket.
Tony Jansen, Heather, how you guys doing?
Good morning.
Good. So I'm a 48-year-old man. I married into a family that owned an ice cream shop.
Oh.
And I
Nice.
consider myself a Superman connoisseur.
Oh, wow.
So a little bit about the history. Yes, the blue part is Blue Moon. The red coloring should be cherry. And the previous caller from Detroit that talked about it doesn't taste the same anymore. That's because sometimes they make the yellow vanilla, and that's not right. It's supposed to be lemon.
Oh.
So you got lemon, cherry, and blue moon.
Sounds
Yes.
great.
So like the Blue Moon, blue raspberry kind of marshmallowy flavor. That is the true Superman ice cream.
Okay.
And it is awesome.
And
Does
it-
your family still
Maybe
serve
I'll-
the original?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. Ashby's ice cream.
Okay.
So yeah,
Now-
which is really good.
Now they
And
don't.
I know Ludington, they claim
Blue Moon.
fame to starting Blue Moon and Superman as well. I've kind of looked into the history as well, and it's kind of a battle between there and near Milwaukee.
Yeah, that's what I said. That's what it says in Wikipedia.
Yeah. I don't know. Wisconsin's always
The
trying to steal
previous
something.
texter, the funny thing, too, is if you forget that you ate some Superman ice cream, you're in for a surprise the next day when you go to the bathroom. You're like, very, very colorful.
That's what somebody
Really?
just texted.
I had no idea.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. It'll be like bright green. There's times where I'm like, what is going on? I'm like, oh, yeah, I had Superman ice cream.
Oh, wow. You're going to get nuclear poop or something like that. All right. Thanks for the info. I appreciate it, George.
And the heads up.
Yes. 248. That's weird because if you eat like chocolate mint chocolate chip, that poop's not green, and that's a green ice cream kind of, right?
So I guess that answers the question. What does red, blue, yellow, and brown, what color does it make? It makes green.
Bright green.
We'll hear from Jameson Williams later this hour, 97.1 The
Try to
Ticket.
ignore us.
All right, the Michigan Panthers are back in Detroit, and you need to get down to Ford Field on Sunday, June 18th at 7 o'clock when the Panthers host the Philadelphia Stars on Father's Day. It's a rematch of the 1983 USFL Championship game, and it's WWE Superstars Night as Panthers MC Big E is bringing his WWE friends to Detroit for the game. Ford Field will be filled with activities for fans young and old, including a photo booth, a sign-making contest, cornhole, face painters, and caricature artists. You'll even be able to test your vertical jump just like the pros do. Don't miss the Panthers versus the Stars on Sunday, June 18th at 7 o'clock at Ford Field. Fantastic seats will get you right next to the action for just $10. WWE's Big E will be there with surprise guests. Buy your tickets today at theusfl.com.
248-539-9797. We've got a lot of conversation going on today. Obviously talking about the most important stuff, the origination of Superman ice cream. But moving on from that, and we'll still take your calls and your ticket text.
Time for Heather.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. No. We'll get to Heather in just a few moments. She's not currently there.
Oh.
And so, but Dan Campbell was yesterday. So was Jamison Williams.
Yes, they were.
Had a chance to talk to the media a little bit. And you were down there to ask some of the pressing questions.
Yes. Let's hear from Dan Campbell first. We talked yesterday about the fair catch rule and how everybody in football who actually play the game, coach the game, think having a fair catch on kickoffs and the ball go to the 25 if you fair catch it is a ridiculous rule.
Yes, it is. It is chipping away. Just another chink in the armor, another whatever, however you want to put it, chipping away at the fabric of the game of football.
Yes. Now, the first game of the season, the Lions will be playing the Kansas City Chiefs. Here's what Chiefs head coach Andy Reid had to say about this. Yeah, Andy Reid is right. So I decided to ask Dan Campbell about the same rule.
Yeah, he's going to adjust, and
hopefully he'll be asked a more succinct a question in a more succinct way. But I was trying the point I was trying to make is, it is frustrating, I think, for those like Dan Campbell who've played, coach. We heard Andy Reid. Well, they are, they have to play by these rules that these, for lack of better words, corporate people who have never played the game are making.
And there's not been a coach that has come out and supported this.
No. There's
not been a special teams coach, a special teams player. Kevontae Turpin, who's one of the returners for the Dallas Cowboys, he came out yesterday and said he won't be calling for fair catches this season anyway, so it's not going to affect him. Now, when it comes down to it, if a coach says, hey, situation specific, they're going to use the rule to their advantage if they can.
Right. Now, Dave Phipp, the Lions special teams coach, said it will have no effect because he thinks people, like we discussed yesterday, said most people are going to return it anyway. He said nobody's going to put up a hand for a fair catch if they get the ball at the 5-yard line because they think they can bring it out to the 25.
They can do better.
Yes, exactly. All right. It's time now for news. And here is Heather.
Well, Nike might not be distancing itself from Ja Morant over his recent, gun flashing incident after all, because they just released his latest signature sneaker on Thursday, and it sold out within minutes. I mean, literally, it was for sale, and then they weren't. So last week, there was some speculation that maybe the brand was going to kind of suspend the sale, maybe even its relationship with Morant altogether, because they erased all of his shoes from their website. But clearly that wasn't the case because the shoes still went on sale on Thursday. And a lot of people jumped on Twitter and on social media to express their frustration over not being able to buy the shoes. The sale happened so fast that they weren't able to get their hands on them. After Brad Holmes wore a sweatshirt with Dan Campbell on it in his post-draft press conference last month, on Thursday, Campbell kind of returned the love by wearing a shirt that featured a photo of Holmes wearing the sweatshirt of Campbell.
It was really funny.
Yeah.
So a lot of people are calling it shirtception. So perhaps it could continue, and you could keep doing the photo of them wearing the shirt in the photo on the shirt on the shirt on the shirt.
And I got to get
We'll see
myself
if it
a
continues.
Stoney shirt and a Heather shirt.
Okay.
You know,
A photo,
a photo of Stoney on there.
a photo of a photo
Of-
on the shirt.
What? No, it's got to be your bowl. No, I would have to be wearing a shirt
Right.
with a picture of Stoney or you on it.
Right.
And then we
and then
would have
somebody
to make
could
a shirt
take a picture.
of you wearing
Right.
that shirt.
Right.
Yes. Yes. Do you guys remember that Texas prankster who released fart spray in their high school?
Yes.
And
Yes.
basically caused a nightmare, right? The school had to be evacuated. 6 kids had to go to the hospital. They called in like a hazmat team to try to figure out where the scent was coming from. Well, now it turns out there were 2 teens behind this prank, and they were arrested, and they're facing felony charges now
my
because of
goodness.
this prank. They're facing charges of possession of a prohibited weapon, which is a 3rd-degree felony punishable by up to 10 years in prison.
Wow.
It's wild. I mean, when you think about what it caused, the headache it caused the school,
Oh,
and
yeah.
the headache it literally caused the students, they did a lot of damage, but it sounds like it was literally just supposed to be a prank. It was fart spray that is supposed to, quote, create a smell like real poo and fake vomit, except it must have just been so concentrated. that
yeah.
it- yeah.
Chemical
yeah.
warfare.
So what's the penalty again? They're going to spend time in jail?
in the Hoosgow.
Well,
well, that
they're
stinks.
17 and 18 years old. Yeah, we'll see what
Yeah, we'll
happens.
set that one up for you.
Yeah.
So there's a tourist from Connecticut that was vacationing in Turks and Caicos, and she had her leg bitten off by a shark while she was snorkeling near a resort.
Oops.
Yeah. This woman was in the waters off Blue Haven Resort on Wednesday when she was attacked by a shark. First responders obviously rushed to the scene. They got her to the hospital. So far, there's not been a lot of information like what type of shark it was. They say Turks and Caicos is home to gray reef sharks, nurse sharks, and lemon sharks. And according to the tourism website, there has only been 3 recorded shark attacks on humans in the area ever, not including Wednesday's incident.
Wow.
So now she makes the 4th attack.
I've been
pretty
I've been to a
crazy.
few places in the Caribbean. Turks and Caicos was the best.
Really?
Oh, the white sand. Oh, it's
Yeah.
awesome.
Never been there.
One day,
You
perhaps.
highly recommend
We'll
it.
see.
Yes.
So there's a landlord in Minnesota that deliberately set his apartment on fire last week, and he did it all while blasting Billy Joel's song, "We Didn't Start the Fire," which is
Okay.
rather ironic. So the landlord drilled holes in his truck's gas tank. He put the gas into cans, and then he carried them back and forth up to the apartment. And his downstairs tenant said that he could hear him smashing glass, breaking things for about 20 minutes. And then all of a sudden there was a knock on his door, and the tenant said that the landlord said, "Hey, the house is on fire. You might want to get out of here." And firefighters arrived. They said the apartment was up in flames, and the song was blaring from the unit. So this landlord is now facing up to 20 years in prison.
Jeez.
And still unclear why he did it. Who knows?
Obviously, he had a little mental problem.
Yeah.
Well, that is definite, without a doubt.
Or insurance
so-
fraud.
Yeah.
Could be
good
that too.
point.
Oh. If you're an early riser, I'd like to know what this means, though, because we're all early risers.
Yeah.
But we're early risers because we're kind of forced to be. By nature, I am not an early riser.
Oh, by nature, I'm
John
an early
is.
riser. Yeah.
John definitely is. So by nature, I'm not. By work, I am. But it says if you're an early riser, researchers say that you have a greater faith and more life satisfaction.
If you're an early riser,
Yeah. So there you have it, John. The suggestion suggests that early birds tend to be more religious than those who stay up late at night. And the study found that being religious also displayed an association with a preference for mornings. And it all correlates to having a higher life satisfaction.
Well, if that fits me, because I'm not that religious,
Right.
and I don't like the mornings per se.
So you're not an early riser by nature.
Correct. By choice,
Yes.
no.
Yes, this
Can't get no satisfaction.
That's true.
Finally, if you're a fan of the DQ cherry dipped cone, you might want to get to your local Dairy Queen immediately because it's disappearing from menus for the time being, at least. It's a fan favorite, and it was just announced that they're getting rid of this cherry dipped cone because they're going to introduce other flavors. They did say that it could return in the future, but it doesn't sound like we know when or if it actually will return. And basically, once it runs out, once they run out of the cherry dipped whatever it is, it's gone.
I don't understand why, unless it's not popular. I have no idea.
Oh, I think it's popular. I think it's just they're just trying to
A
take it
marketing
away for a
deal?
little bit, and
Like-
then we're going to
like
bring
the
it
Mc-
back. And
like the McRib.
yeah, and then all of a sudden,
maybe.
it's never coming back. And then 6 months later,
Yeah,
the
the
return.
Shamrock Shake.
Yeah.
Only coming back on St. Patty's Day. All right, thank you very much, Heather. All right, coming up next, he spoke yesterday, but he says he's not a gambler. 97 won the ticket.
Detroit, say it with me. Spring is here. And
Spring
with
is
spring in the air.
here.
Yes, thank you, Stony. And with spring in the air, it's time to check your plumbing system. Don't wait for plumbing problems to beat you this spring. Call Carter's Plumbing today to get in front of that spring mess. Whether it's a backed up drain in your basement, outdoor spigot, sump pumps, or flooding of any kind, do what I did and go to callcartersplumbing.com today, and their licensed technician will come to your home and they're going to get you fixed up immediately, because nobody wants to have that spring morning where you wake up to a pond in your basement or crawl space. So visit callcartersplumbing.com today and mention 97 won the ticket for your 10% off coupon on any plumbing service.
And that's what they win it by, 7-2. They've won 3 of their last 4. They take on the White Sox tonight. Joey Wentz going against Lance Lynn. And last night's story of the game, look, it was nice they got 7 runs, but Faedo was unbelievable. In 6 innings, it would still be nice to see a pitcher go more than 6 innings. But that said, 3 hits, 2 runs, 10 strikeouts, and no walks. That's impressive. 22 strikeouts and just 1 walk in his 4 starts. Pretty damn good.
Mm-hmm.
And this team needs that, absolutely. Also, as a team last night, the Tigers had 11 walks and 10 strikeouts.
Value that strike zone.
Yeah.
That's the motto of Scott Harris.
Yep. Look, they're in a crappy division. There's no doubt about it. There's no sugarcoating it. But they're 2 games out. And I'm not going to sit there and say, oh, boy, this team is really good. We're not. The Tigers are not good. But they have a chance to win a crappy division. And obviously some decisions will have to be made as the trading deadline gets towards the end of the summer. We'll see where they are at that point. And then you have to figure out, well, is it worth it to make the playoffs, win the division, or is it better to get rid of some people for our long-term future? And that's why Scott Harris gets paid the big bucks, and that's why they put Meyer patches on his jerseys to pay him the big bucks.
Yeah, hopefully Erod's back up from AAA at that point.
Stop it. Stop it. Jameson Williams spoke for the first time since his 6-game suspension at the OTAs that the Lions are having this week and parts of next week as well, I believe, in Allen Park. And obviously, the biggest deal was the suspension. He talked about other things as well, but here he addresses how he felt when the suspension came down. I mean, he's right. I mean, and Dan Campbell talked about it too. I mean, because of the injury last year, he is so far ahead of where he was last year. It's ridiculous.
Oh, sure. Last year it was just a matter of he's got to be around to rehab. Now, yeah, he's continuing to strengthen his leg and his knee. That'll be a part of his routine. But now it's running routes. It's working directly with Jared Goff in this offense
to get ready for Week 7.
It's unfortunate.
I know.
Yes.
It is. And that unfortunate deal, the gambling suspension, he was asked about whether it raises awareness. Well, let's be honest. He knew, or at least should have known, what was going on with the rule because they go through the rookie symposium. The Lions are very clear on the league's gambling policy with their players.
Yeah, and they've got to present it to the players X amount of times during the season. NFL personnel will come in every training camp and talk about this. The rookie symposium, as you mentioned, they're going to cover gambling, especially now that gambling is legal in some states, not in others. But what does it mean in regards to on franchise property? Ignorance, as we say, is never an excuse.
Here he was asked about if he has to adjust his lifestyle. And then he was asked about how much he likes to gamble.
Not aware of the rule.
Not aware of the rule.
Yeah. And we've discussed that.
Yeah.
All right. He should have been. He wasn't. And he is not going to be eligible for the first 6 weeks. But here's what I like about what happened yesterday. He stood up and answered the questions.
Mm-hmm.
It's not groundbreaking. It's not hard-hitting questions. But for him and his career,
Right.
having not played at the start of last year because of the ACL, because the Lions did trade up to get him, hey, a lot of excitement around J-Mo having a full season. He's not going to be there for the first 6 games, and answered all the questions that were asked of him. Didn't say no comment. Didn't get irritated with the questions. Answered them. And so we talk about, hey, is J-Mo going to be able to handle this in the NFL? We didn't like the fact that he was dinged with this suspension. We didn't like the initial response that he was in Vegas and showed that he, posted a video of him having a good time right after this. I don't want him to change who he is. His personality made him the guy that the Lions wanted to go up to number 12 to get. Made him a great player in his last year at Alabama, and we hope that same personality, that same confidence translates to success in the NFL.
Now, that same person is pretty active on social media, and a lot of people took umbrage with him liking a tweet that suggested that the Lions go after Lamar Jackson. He was asked about that as well. Yeah, Twitter, it's the root of all evil, right? He loves Jared Goff, and he also likes this city. That'd be great. That'd be awesome. If he becomes a superstar, becomes like, his personality is, I wouldn't say it's diva-esque yet, but he's
had some diva qualities and done some diva things.
Correct. But to me, the biggest divas are also the best players, wide receivers, a lot of them. Most divas, now they have some warts, obviously, Antonio Brown, people like that. But he was asked, J-Mo was, about some of the wide receivers that he takes after. That's good.
Yeah, I think it's really good. And when you ask guys, is there anybody, past or present, that you want that you watch and you study? If they don't have an answer, it raises a red flag to me. Do they really want to master their craft? Do they really want to be the best? Not that you're going to try and be Randy Moss or you're going to try and be Justin Jefferson or Jamar Chase, but there are things that they are doing that you might be able to take something from their game. And then when you're able to name off some of those guys, past and present, I think it's a good sign.
Our telephone number is 248-539-9797. There are other alternatives besides Tiger baseball in this town this summer. Gov experienced one of them. We'll get his take, and we'll hear from you on some of the others that fit this realm as well. 97 won the ticket. Thank you, Jeff. 248-539-9797. Hey, we have a chance for you to win a pair of tickets to see the Tigers take on the White Sox tomorrow at Comerica Park. The first 15,000 fans will get a Riley Green floppy hat presented by National Coney Island. For tickets, call 866-66-TIGER or visit tigers.com, or be the sixth caller when you hear Dan Campbell say, Stoney, don't be throwing this stuff out here at me. Okay, you got that? Good.
Yes, we do.
All right. Besides Tiger baseball, there are some other sporting things you can attend around here. You have the Michigan Panthers playing some games at Ford Field. You have Detroit FC. You have the U.S. Professional Baseball League in Utica. And you all, if you live in the Lansing area, you got the Lansing Lugnuts, or if you are near Toledo, you have the Toledo Mudhens.
You get the Whitecaps.
The Whitecaps in
Grand Rapids.
Yes, there's also a team in Traverse City, a minor league baseball team. Anyway, so Gov, you got to experience Mudhen baseball on Wednesday.
Yeah, I've never been to a game. That's kind of sad and pathetic, especially once I went and how good of a time we had. It was a field trip for my son, Sam, who's 9, third grade field trip. I wasn't technically a chaperone, so I drove separately. So I got to go through the whole parking experience down there. It's like right in the downtown area. Mm-hmm. There's actually buildings attached to the stadium, like where you can just walk right in from the inside the stadium. But no, it was really cool. I don't know what the capacity is. I meant to look it up and totally forgot. Sorry about that. But we had an absolute blast. It was, the concessions were still, I thought, maybe a little pricey for that environment, but not quite like professional either. Found some parking that was like $10. It was super close. It was cool just to walk, down an alley, a couple blocks, and then you just walk right into the main entrance for the stadium. You just walk right in there. There's no metal detectors or anything and stuff. I had the old school ticket because it was a field trip, and the kids couldn't do digital, and stuff. Yeah. But just a really cool experience. I got to see Justin Henry Malloy. He leads off. He's playing DH, which is really the troubling thing, about him and the whole thing that, he hasn't been called up because of Miggy, yada, yada. But anyways, he went 0 for 4. But I could definitely tell with him. And
who pitched?
I forgot already.
Okay. All right, sorry.
The only other person I really paid close attention to was Parker Meadows.
Okay.
We were on a field trip. The kids are a lot of talking and stuff. So, and with Malloy, you can definitely tell he's different than the other players that were down there. Like there was some journeyman second baseman, and he had the bases loaded once, and they didn't 2 outs, didn't get anybody home, and he just looks like a minor league baseball player.
Okay?
Yeah, exactly. You can see like Henry Malloy. He popped one foul his first at bat. You could just tell that there was a different mentality about him, or you could see the athleticism. That he kind of. I know this is sad. I'm stretching here. He looked the part.
I get that.
Okay, but he did. He went 0 for 4 and was down into the 280s.
Yeah, I know. He had a great April. May has not been so kind. But more importantly, you also made a play.
Oh yeah, that's right. I totally forgot. I caught a T-shirt.
From the cannon, the T-shirt cannon?
They didn't have a cannon. They were throwing them.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So we had seats. We were about I think the 13th row or something like that. Mm-hmm. And I didn't think the guy could throw it this far. And it just, the last one. And I just saw it and it was like, oh. And it was like hanging in the air forever. I kind of felt like,
which little kid did you rip out of the hands of?
Well, it was going towards Sam, but I want to make sure Sam got it.
Right. No, I'm just kidding.
A little disappointed when we opened it up and it was a green Great Clips T-shirt.
Oh.
Didn't have anything with the mud hens on it or anything.
Really? Didn't have Meyer or anything on it?
No. Anyways, that must be one of their sponsors, obviously. Nothing against them. it's just I thought it would be a mud hen T-shirt or something. But the whole experience in general was great. It's a real, like, what's the proper word? Intimate.
Yeah.
Experience to go to a game like that. And I would tell anybody to go and just experience it a little, obviously a cheaper option. Mm-hmm. You're going, you're not seeing the best brand of baseball, but it was a good time. And sometimes, again, just overlook what we have around us.
And you get to see guys that someday, whether it's even on the Mud Hens or whoever they were playing, somebody there will make the majors. You say, yeah, I remember him when I saw him play in the minor leagues. 248-539-9797. So you got Mud Hens in Toledo. We mentioned some of the other minor league baseball around the state. You got Detroit FC that every year I say, I got to go because I heard it's so much fun to go to that Keyworth Field in Hamtramck for the soccer. I heard it's wonderful. You got the Panthers at Ford Field. You got, like I said, the USPBL out in Utica. I've been to Jimmy John's Field a few times.
Yeah.
And my daughter was an intern. She was a mascot one
Did
game.
they have the dog as the bat boy? Have you seen that one? They've had that up there as well before. They'd have some things like that at some of these little smaller venues.
The only thing I don't like about that league is because there's 6 teams or whatever, however many that play there.
Yeah.
So who do you root for? It's not like, you're at the Mud Hens, are you going to root for Toledo versus Durham, or you're rooting for Toledo?
Yeah.
When, Birmingham plays Utica, I wish they just had I wish there was a league really with one team there and another team, like somewhere in Indiana or whatever. So
or an
have
Ohio
more of a
team.
you get more of a home team type of feel. That's my only thing about that.
I get that, but I mean,
cool.
you don't really know a lot about the teams when you go there.
No.
So it's just
but you root for your hometown.
Sure. Which I get. I have not been to a Mud Hens game.
Me neither.
And I don't think it's shameful, Gov, that this is the first one you've been to. I'd love to get down there. I've been to a Whitecaps. It's a fun little stadium to go to. It's easy in, easy out.
Right.
Food is good. And you're watching. What you're hoping is the future. Now, it's probably a little bit further away.
Correct.
3-4 years before some of those guys even make it up to AAA, if they
Right.
ever do, and then you start talking about them, it's possibly making the jump to the majors. But whenever we've been over there for those games, we've been over there for different sporting events, whether it's a basketball tournament for one of the kids or it's a baseball tournament for one of the kids, and you pair that with, the Whitecaps are in town. And you go to one of the games,
right?
And it's just it's a really fun, and Gov, that's the perfect word for it, intimate experience.
I know people have gone to see Lansing Lugnut games. I'm not sure who they're the farm team of now, but at one point I believe they were Toronto, and people, Vlad Guerrero Jr. would play. You get to see guys who are going to be great, so that's kind of a cool thing. Let's go to Nick in New Boston here, 97 the ticket.
Yeah, hey, good morning, guys. I just want to say I was at the game Wednesday as well for the student day. It was a zoo, it was a mess, but it was a great time. And surprisingly, 43 years old, it was my first time down there, and I was impressed.
Did you see the Gov?
I did not. I wish I was a little more aware now.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, we're right behind home plate.
Oh, okay. We were just down third base line, and there were not enough seats. I think it holds 10-5, if I was looking correctly, but it was nice because every seat is great. And Malloy, you're right. He's got that build, that presence when he comes out, but he just seemed to have no patience at the plate. Just wanted to swing for the fences, I thought.
Well,
I'd agree with that.
That doesn't fit the Tiger mold that they're trying to get here, but who cares?
Fits the Major League Baseball
right,
mode.
Exactly.
The whole team had one of those days. They got shut out 3-0. They left the bases loaded twice. It was just like
it was a Tiger day.
They had 3 errors. Oh, they threw the ball around the second inning or third inning, all over the place. I will say this about being the student day: there were tons of communities in this area, like Woodhaven, Flat Rock, Monroe. That the one thing was, it was at times the kids were screaming. At times, instead of instead of going woo like that or something like that, they're like kind of screaming like an amusement park.
Yeah.
But at an amusement park, the roller coaster's a little ways away.
Yeah.
This was
one was right in your ear.
Right. and not only the decibel level, but the tone is a higher pitch. Yes. Here's some ticket text at 248-539-9797. No, if you've ever gone to a concert where there were. Or a kid's show where there's especially younger girls.
It's a different decibel level.
Yes. Jimmy John's Field is the best family-friendly entertainment value I've ever been to. Oh, yeah. It's inexpensive. It is. You talk about intimate. It's great. My daughter was at that game, too, with her school. I watched on MILB TV. Looked like they do a ton for the kids. My second grader loved it and wants to go to more games, so thank you, Mud Hens. That's from Tom in Flat Rock. You're watching that game on MILB TV. Is your name Caputo? Toledo Walleye are in the Western Conference Finals versus the Idaho Steelhead games in their the Eastern League,
Yeah.
I believe they're a farm team of the Red Wings, by the way. And Sebastian Cossa is their goalie right now. Game 4 and 5 tonight and tomorrow night.
Newsy spent some time with the Walleye, didn't he?
I don't know. He might have.
I believe he did.
I've been to roughly 100 Mud Hen games and got in and parked for free over 70 times.
Yeah, I think there's some street parking opportunities that I just didn't have the time to look for. I was running slightly late just because of some traffic and stuff. But no, it was an awesome time. I mean, my best minor league experience, it doesn't exist anymore. Used to go to old school IHL hockey games in the early 80s.
They used to fight all the time.
In Flint, I'm convinced that's the closest thing to Slapshot that ever existed. The movie Slapshot.
Oh, yeah. But there was a league near me, too, the North American Hockey League, which actually a lot of those players were in the movie Slapshot.
The Hanson Brothers?
Yeah. That movie. Yeah, absolutely.
Yes, I know that movie. But I
But
was
some
wondering
of
if they were there.
some of them were.
Yeah.
Because their real name is Carlson. Two of them. And then I think actually the third one in the movie was actually a guy by the name of Dave Hansen, coincidentally enough. But yeah, there were a lot of the old time teams back in that league, the Roanoke Valley Rebels and the Binghamton, New York Dusters. And they used to just, you look in the stats and there'd be guys with like 485 penalty minutes for the season.
Yeah.
It was great.
I saw Dirk Graham, the old Chicago Blackhawk play. He played for the Toledo Gold Diggers.
Right.
And then Steve Penny was the Generals goalie at one point, and he was the goalie before Patrick Waugh.
Right, for the Canadians, absolutely. All right, 248-539-9797. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. I do want to mention last night, the Dallas Stars are alive. They staved off elimination, defeating the Vegas Golden Knights in overtime on a goal by Joe Pavelski. It was a power play goal, and believe it or not, John, I had no problem with the penalty.
That's shocking.
Because it was a legitimate high stick to the face. You had no,
as opposed to legitiment tripping.
no, I don't think that was a legitimate trip back then, but that was a
looked like it, but yeah,
whatever. It's unbelievable. If we had John Jansen's way of sports, games would never be fun to watch. They'd just be penalty filled.
No, I'm not saying that. It's just that when it's obvious, you got to call it.
Well, that wasn't.
It seemed like it was obvious to me.
The one the other night was not obvious, especially when they were letting all that stuff go the entire night. The call penalty with a minute left in regulation is ridiculous, in my opinion.
Yeah, in your opinion, sure.
Exactly.
But there's always announcers at those games, and they debate whether or not they were, penalties or not, just like we do in the morning.
Yes.
And I've got an old colleague of mine. He's not old, but it was, I don't know, about a decade ago when I was with the Big Ten Network, and that is Tom Hart. Did a few games together. Last night, he was doing a game, an SEC baseball game. And every once in a while, we stumble on our words.
Oh, yeah. Believe me.
Yeah, well, we do. But then you get a chance to hear what he did last night, and this is how it went.
Come on.
Oh, come on, Tom. Oh, yes, it was late. And you could tell he was a little bit tired, but every once in a while, let's hear it one more time.
Tom Hart brought to you by the BBT.
Well, you can't because it's already black.
Yeah, I get that. Now, what was worse, that or a classic from years ago with Darren Pang?
Now, sometimes things come up and you say them and they're unintended, and then you realize as you're saying it, as he could there.
I don't know if Panger's here, but he spends a lot of his summers on a place on Duck Lake around here. So
yeah, is that up north?
No, it's more like in the Highland area.
Yeah.
Well, technically it's up north, but
No, it's not.
well, I don't know. By John's definition, it is.
That's where he goes to get away.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I do PA games at Huron the last few years, and two words that I've really tried to stay away from are clock and flag.
For obvious reasons.
Definitely. There's a marker on the field. Just because
yes.
I don't want to have that slip up. But, man, did I have one last night. This is crazy, the timing of this and stuff. So, Little League Baseball, Sam, my youngest, were playing, and afterwards we're doing the little post-game chat with the team, just, hey, this is what we did good, this is what we need to work on. And I was pointing out that actually a couple of our good hitters had been in a slump and a rut, except it came out this way, a rump and a slut.
Oh.
And
new place for those kids to be in.
Yeah, I could. It totally just slipped and came out. I was talking fast, and it just came out that way.
How many of the kids snickered?
A couple. I think it was the two 11-year-olds because they just probably heard a few more things in their life and stuff. And the coaches started laughing, and then I just completely lost it. And I'm like, I go, okay, I got to collect myself here for a second.
Do you think the kids snickered more at slut or rump?
Probably
I'm
rump.
guessing rump.
Yeah.
Yeah,
because I'm guessing
I'm hoping they heard that one of the two more than the other one.
Yeah.
But I just felt like I couldn't believe it. I was like, oh no, they're going to tell their parents that I said something like this on the way home, and it's going to turn into something that was totally.
He'll be canceled. Tom Milliken cannot coach Little League Baseball ever again.
Totally just came out.
We don't want him
like
around
that.
our 10-year-olds. Stoney, I asked this with great caution. Have you ever had any that you've slipped on?
Oh yeah, I used to do a commercial way back in the day for a clothing store that doesn't exist anymore called Steve Pedix, and I once said Steve Penis.
And that was a slip up, as opposed to the every time you would say Pennicini.
Yes, Penisini. Yes, that I did on purpose. Right, but yes, that was that was an unintentional slip up.
You've had some classics.
I'm sure there's been others, obviously. But you know what?
So we used to play this game called the Pyramid on the Stoney and Wojo show, and he always would say, "The Gov has the clock."
Right.
And I was just one time. Come
Just
on, he
waiting
never
for it.
screwed it up. He never.
That
His
is
foibles,
correct.
his mess ups are more. Yeah, he's had slips of the tongue and stuff, but his are the Stoney ways of like giving out the phone number.
Yes.
When he
Yes.
tried to say Dave Dombrowski, and he goes, maybe the Dave
Dombrowski.
Dombrowski.
That's all, folks. Yeah.
It's like, Fred Flintstone.
Yeah, like he's starting to sing the Kid
Well, I
Rock
believe,
song.
if I'm not mistaken, that was we were at a remote, and I had a couple bloodies during the show.
Don't blame it on the blood.
No, I'm not blaming. I just said that happened because I would have
Yes.
probably done it anyway. I was just
Yes,
giving
just started to
Your
slip.
greatest
context.
when you had bloodies in your thing was it gave you the courage to say Monday morning Phil Garner should be gone, and then it happened.
That's right. Absolutely. No jinx then. All right, it's time for news, and here's Heather.
Okay, so Memorial Day is like the unofficial start to summer because
Yep.
summer doesn't technically start until like June 21st.
Yeah, now
But
Heather, you can
basically-
pull out all the white clothes again.
I know I can wear my white pants. It's going to be fabulous.
Stoney can wear his white pants.
He can, those linen ones.
No,
You can
the
bust
tight
those out if
jeans.
you'd like.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Skinny
Yeah.
jeans.
So with summer basically here this weekend, it means a lot of people are going to be hitting the road. They're going to be traveling up north, for those family vacations. And I got some good news for you. Gas prices this year are faring much better than they were last year. So last year, gas prices in Michigan were about $1 a gallon higher. So that's good news. And there's more. AAA says that summer gas prices are not expected to spike. Yes, there might be some gas price fluctuations, but there won't be like any major uptick unless, of course, there's some like major natural disaster that strikes. So that's pretty good. Well, yes, prices are still high, and it's way more than we've had in years before. They're not quite as bad as last year. So
Good.
those road trips won't be quite as awful this summer, for sure. A former West Michigan gymnastics and martial arts coach who is accused of sexually assaulting several minors that he taught nearly 20 years ago has returned to the state to face charges. Shannon Guay was arrested earlier this month in Florida, and he's been charged with 6 counts of first-degree criminal sexual conduct and 7 counts of second-degree criminal sexual conduct in connection to 3 separate cases. And the Kent County Prosecutor's Office also says that the cases involve 5 victims who were all minors at the time of the offenses and incidents that occurred at 3 different locations. So the investigation actually just began in March. Apparently, there was a call that was received from a gymnastics center that reported some voicemails that somebody had left them that accused one of their past employees of sexually assaulting these children. And according to detectives, all the assaults happened between 2006 and 2008. And now this guy faces up to life in prison. Actually, I mean, even if you could face longer, even longer, up to life in prison for each count of the first-degree criminal sexual conduct. And then for each count of the second degree, up to 15 years in prison. So if he is convicted, he's going to be in jail and prison for the rest of his life.
Mm-hmm.
A Detroit charter school is looking to hire 18 certified teachers for the next school year, and they want to pay them a salary of $100,000, which is absolutely incredible. The Detroit Academy of Arts and Sciences made the announcement on Thursday morning when it launched this brand new Best in Class program, and they say the goal is to recruit, retain, and develop the highest quality teachers so that they can provide the best education to all the children in the city of Detroit. So if this is you got to go check. There's other qualifications. You unfortunately can't be a brand new teacher right out of college. You have to have at least 5 or more years of experience in the classroom as a lead teacher. But right now there is a pretty massive teacher shortage. So this is a way they're trying to obviously give back to the teachers that are doing a great job already and the people that want to maintain teaching so they don't lose these awesome teachers. And this school in Detroit is not the only school that is raising salaries. On Wednesday, Battle Creek Public Schools also announced that all teachers will receive an average increase of more than $10,000 to their salary at each level beginning the next school year. So
Good for
this
them.
might be something very good because teachers are significantly underpaid. And it is pretty crazy. I know a lot of the girls that I graduated with are no longer teaching. I mean, most of my class, the girls I was close with anyway, have already left the profession. And it's most likely because of the pay and what they have to deal with.
And I believe Michigan's pay scale for teachers are much lower than the nation's average, too.
Some districts, yeah.
I mean, it depends. It depends where you are. I mean, they say the average teaching salary is $64,000 in Michigan for a teacher. So, a 70-year-old MDOT worker was fatally struck by a vehicle in Ingham County on Thursday. Police said this man, he was directing traffic within a work zone. This was on Grand River near M52 when he was struck by a 23-year-old woman right around 2 p.m. It just sounds, I mean, you hear it, and that's devastating. Then when you read some of the details, emergency crews, they had to free him, rescue him from underneath the vehicle before they could even try to render aid to him. Obviously, they did rush him to the hospital where he later passed away. Michigan State Police say that the crash is still under investigation.
All right. Thank you very much, Heather. The telephone number is 248-539-9797. Coming up next, patches. That's right. John says, we don't need no stinking patches. 97 the ticket. 248-539-9797. Last night, the Boston Celtics stayed alive. They've won 2 in a row. 110-97 over the Miami Heat. The Celtics shot 50% in the game, including making 16 threes. Balanced scoring, Derek White led them with 24. Marcus Smart, 23. Tatum and Brown, 21 each. Jimmy Butler was held to 14 points. Now, he didn't play the last 9.5 minutes, which is kind of good coaching by Spoelstra because they were getting their asses kicked. So why risk any wear and tear on your best player? Duncan Robinson led the Heat with 18 off the bench. The Heat will see if they can join their Florida counterparts, the Panthers, into the finals of the winter sports. They host the Celtics tomorrow. And as we mentioned earlier, of course, the Stars over the Vegas Golden Knights 3-2 in overtime. Series goes back to Vegas with the Golden Knights leading 3-1. The Tigers beat the White Sox behind Alex Faedo 7-2. Game 2 of the 4-game series this evening. Joey Wentz taking on Lance Lynn. And if you do not have Apple TV, you cannot watch the game, so we strongly suggest that you listen right here on 97.1 The Ticket or download the Odyssey app, no matter where you are, especially, when you're on vacation. Maybe
if you travel around this weekend, yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
Right here on the main deal.
That's right. Absolutely. If you are watching the Tigers from now on, this year at least, you will notice that there's a little advertisement on the sleeve for Meyer. They're now the 10th team in Major League Baseball to have an advertisement on their jersey,
following the NASCAR model.
Yeah, you could say that. Although NASCAR really has a lot of them. But
sure, this is the first.
Yes, hopefully there won't be too many more. I have no problem if they're done tastefully. This one, it kind of matches their uniform, so to speak. It's not obtrusive, as opposed to some of the other things that we've seen other teams do. So
it doesn't draw your eye away from the Old English D.
No.
It is well done. I will say that.
Yeah.
I don't like it because it leads to what's next. Is there going to be another one that's added? Maybe, hey, a company spends a little bit more to get it instead of, the English D. You've got it on the other side is some company's symbol. Or, on the back, next to the name, or on the shoulder. Like, where does it go?
Or so right now they
and
have
what is it doing for the Tigers?
Right now they have the Meyer, and then, who knows, maybe they might have a swoosh on their jersey.
Oh, come on.
What? It's an advertisement. Why?
Because that's the company that made the jersey.
That's irrelevant. The reason it's on the jersey is because it's an advertisement. Whoever the company that makes the pants, you don't see a pants advertisement, right?
Almost all the time you see Adidas or you see a Nike swoosh.
On the baseball pants?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, maybe I'm not watching the same games. I don't know. To me, an advertisement is an advertisement no matter if they made the jerseys or not. There's no difference.
I agree. So now instead of just one, we have two.
Okay.
This is where it's the slippery slope. You allow the shirt maker or the apparel maker to have theirs. And now you go with Meyer. What's next? That's my concern. I don't like messing with uniforms, jerseys. There's billboards, there's stadiums. You could put it on the TV. You could do a lot of different things to sell advertising. My personal preference is I don't want to see it on the players. I don't want to see it on the uniforms.
I think we can all agree in a perfect world we wouldn't have any of it. I agree. But to me, what the Tigers have done and some of the other teams have done is certainly less obtrusive than when you watch a game on television and you see an ad for whoever behind the plate, that an ad that in some cases isn't even at the stadium, but it's on for television. Or you're watching a hockey game and all of a sudden you see the advertisement, you're trying to follow the puck, and the advertisements change during mid-play. Or you see on the ice an advertisement that really doesn't exist. I mean, to me, just pick your poison. And to me, what the Tigers have done is certainly less offensive than some of the other stuff we've seen.
So is this going to add more to what the organization is willing to spend on players?
I have no idea. I mean,
Again, does it benefit the fan in some way? Does it benefit by being able to get more players or perform better on the field?
You would assume that any form of income that a team gets, they're going to use for their product, whether it's in their farm system, whether it's getting more scouts, whether it is getting more players. I mean, that's just like anything else. The money that comes in, ticket money is the same thing. If they raise ticket prices,
or just to increase the bottom line, and somebody is just going to take home more money.
Yeah, but John, how else are they going to pay players or pay their employees? With money. So if they can get more money.
Were they struggling up until yesterday?
Maybe. I don't know. Probably not.
No, but that's my problem is
it's capitalism.
I agree.
I'm
not mad that they did.
Okay.
I'm just saying my preference would be I wouldn't see it on a jersey.
Right.
I understand we live in America. You can make money. That's a great thing.
Okay, but I agree. I don't want to see it on the jersey either. It's my preference. But to sit there and say, well, how are they going to use that money? I don't think it's the owner's responsibility. So if we sell 30,
no, it's not. He doesn't have to tell us what he's doing with it.
Exactly. But you would assume that a company, no matter what it is, if they increase prices or they increase their revenue, some of that extra money is going to go into the product. That's what you would assume. You would hope. Now, if it doesn't work that way, we'd never know. And that okay, I'll agree, would be heinous if that didn't happen.
Those are all, again, all assumptions. We don't know. And the one thing that I do know is I'm more of a traditionalist. I like the Tigers uniforms the way they are. And, if they want to change them and, still keep the Old English D, but change the pinstripes or change the coloring or, whatever they want to do, I'm not a big fan of any of that. And then you start putting advertisements on their jerseys or on their uniforms. Where does it end?
Let me ask you this. Okay, we all agree the Tigers' white home jersey is classic. It's great.
It's beautiful.
They should never F with it. What about the road jerseys? You see a lot of teams that come into Comerica Park, Guardians, White Sox yesterday, they'll have a different uniform. They might have the South Side ones, whatever. Tigers, to me, if they came out with like a blue road jersey to wear occasionally or an orange one, I'd have no problem with that. Would you?
No, but I would just rather it be the team's logo. That's it.
Oh, that's fine. I understand your point, but it's and I always get accused of living in the dark ages. It's 2023.
Traditions are going away
in
sports. They just are, and I think some will stay forever, but they're just getting picked apart more and more. This doesn't bother me, though, at all. I think the placement of it's huge. I think the logo they chose, which is just the blue lettering, it doesn't – it's not over the top.
Right.
Like if it was the Red Meyer logo, that I think that would bother me a little bit, but I'd still be fine because of the placement on the sleeve. I think John's concerned is, okay, yeah, they're going to slap it on the other side of the English D, Old English D.
Yeah, that
on
would be
the front
awful.
of the jersey.
That would be awful. I would agree with you on that.
I just don't. I like being able to watch. As a former athlete, I wouldn't want an advertisement on my uniform. It's just me.
The Tigers and the Lions, the Tigers and the Red Wings have done a great job of refraining from most of that stuff.
I just think it's an untapped revenue stream that's just it's inevitable. And I also think too, kind of just thought of this too, but the local TV deal is somewhat in kind of a weird territory right now. Yeah. And with the bankruptcy of their parent company, I have no idea what kind of money this is worth.
Right.
If it's just peanuts compared to the TV deal, which it probably is.
Right.
But, it is, maybe it's recouping a little bit there. You just hope that when they add something like this, that there is kind of just like a percentage book. Okay, this is how much we want to make off this profit.
Mm-hmm.
This is how much we need to maybe use it to offset costs somewhere else. Maybe this little percentage goes into team salary. That kind of stuff. You would hope that that's the case. And
maybe this is the difference for making up of concessions because the game is faster.
Yeah, that's a great point, John.
And all of these things, again, I'm not going to ever be mad at somebody that finds a way to make more money. That is the American way. I'm fine with that. I would prefer not to look at a jersey that has advertisements on it. And again, I know it is 100% my personal preference. Doesn't have to be yours, Gov. Stoney, doesn't have to be yours. Doesn't have to be anybody else's.
Right,
it's
I
just
know.
my personal
Let
preference.
me ask, try to put yourself in these shoes. If you were an owner, would you not do this because of the way you feel?
It would be, I probably wouldn't, but it would be the last source of revenue I would tap if everything else was tapped out.
It's also they're trying to keep up with their competitors too.
Right.
That's the other thing.
Now, what if something showed up on the Michigan helmet?
I'd have a major problem with it.
That'd be awful. That
It would be terrible.
We haven't had them in college football yet, have they? On the helmets, any advertising?
No, I don't think there's been any advertising. I don't even know that there's been any advertising on jerseys in college football.
The NCAA has to approve that. We don't know what they even like or dislike anymore.
That's probably. I don't even think that's an NCAA thing. I think it's more of a league rule.
Oh, okay.
It would be whether it's a Big Ten, SEC, they would have to approve that, and then it would have to be approved by the individual schools.
So because it's an advertisement, you don't like it. The Lions, a lot of people feel it's, God rest his soul, he's passed away long enough. You don't need the WCF on the jerseys anymore. The Bears, I think, still might even have GSH for Hallis on theirs.
On their sleeve.
Yeah.
So let me ask you this. Just thought of this. In college football right now, NIL is the thing. And you said it's probably decided by leagues. Would it be a recruiting advantage for a league to say, all right, yeah, we're going to allow ads on our jerseys. And so if you make an NIL deal that with somebody, you can put that company on your jersey.
So for 11 guys that are on the field, you have 11 different advertisers?
I'm just saying, hey,
yeah.
John,
I know
I don't
it would
think
look awful.
I don't think it would ever go to that extreme. But you tell me, look at the Pac-12 right now or Big 12, where they're kind of just, what's going on? What if they threw that out there, and then so NIL deals would be worth more because of the exposure that the client would be getting. I don't think it would ever get to that, but I think that's where your concern is. That seems absurd. When you really think about that, that seems absurd. Are we headed down that road?
I hope not. Our telephone number is 248-539-9797. Carson Anderson coming up at 10 o'clock. Here's some ticket text, ladies and gentlemen. We were talking about the Meyer advertisement on the sleeves of the Tiger jerseys that were revealed yesterday. Tigers have digital inserted ads on the back of the pitcher's mound. That's too much, Mark and Bert. You see, I agree. That, to me, is worse than the jerseys.
Yeah.
Well, it's
really.
true, Dan.
Yeah.
It's true.
Yeah. What does AJ have to say about Stoney? Yeah, that's all right. I threw that one at Greg. It's okay.
Will the extra money from the sleeve patches result in lower ticket prices? Of course not. Have you looked at NASCAR? How about your own station's game broadcast? Every pitch, first down, free throw is sponsored. It's all about the money. It's a great point. This pitching change is brought to you by have to break it to you, Stoney, but a vast majority of companies that make additional revenue do not reinvest that money back into their business product. Maybe only 5% of businesses do that, and that's on the high side. I'd like to see some data on that. I would agree probably that maybe of the added revenue, only like 5% of it gets invested, but I think most companies, they get money so that they can, pay for their
so they can make
things.
more.
Yeah, that's true. If John is upset with one ad on a jersey, would he really hate Europe? He would really hate European Elite League hockey uniforms. Their advertisements head to toe. Yeah, you would. Meyer is giving 30% off Tiger gear this weekend. That's fan friendly. Stop complaining, people, about the patch and shut up. The fans need to understand everything isn't about them. There's nothing wrong with making more money. Also, the Tigers are set to lose $40 million a year with the loss of Bally Sports. DJ at work. Not so fast on that, okay?
Well,
something
but
might happen.
And when does the fan get fed up? Because you're right. It's not about the fan. It's the fans are still tuning in. They're still paying ticket prices. They're doing all of this stuff. And we talked about it when the NFL put a playoff game that it's not accessible to everyone.
Right.
I've seen two things that have fed up fans that have had a drastic impact on the game in my life. It was the 94 strike. Ultimately, that's what led to the NFL. I think the NFL would have taken over anyways, but I think it sped up the NFL being the number one sport in this country.
Yeah.
Over baseball. People stood their ground against baseball for a long time because they canceled the championship.
Mm-hmm.
And the other thing is the Colin Kaepernick situation. It's the
Taking
only
a
two
knee?
things where I've seen fans really put their foot down and say, no, I'm not buying it. I'm not watching it. To me, this will never stop people. You'll have your guys out there
This
that
is a
might
very
just say, all
minimal
right,
impact.
And I think there are people that just been tuned. It's just too much sometimes with sports that they've kind of just said, I don't watch like I used to. But look, soccer is the proof why it doesn't. It's the most popular sport in the world, and they've completely sold their soul to anything that they can fit on their jersey.
Yeah, if Teddy or Jack said, hey, I want a Riley Green jersey for Christmas, and I would go there, I would get a jersey, even if it had Meyer on it. It's not going to stop me.
Right.
It would stop me from buying one for myself because I just wouldn't want a jersey like that with an advertisement on it. Do they sell these to the fans? I don't know the answer to that question, but in regards to, hey, if the kid said I would like a Riley Green jersey, the only one you can get was Meyer on it, it's not going to stop me from getting it.
Yeah, I'm curious to that. I would love to find out if to buy an authentic Tigers jersey, does it have it?
I'm sure it does.
I would think the authentic one does.
Yeah, game worn or even some of those.
Well,
by the way,
Game Worn is
congratulations
always
to
gonna have it.
Frank in Garden City. He heard Dan Campbell say, Stoney, don't be throwing this stuff out here at me. He was the sixth caller, so he wins the pair of tickets. See the Tigers take on the White Sox tomorrow night. The first 15,000 fans will get a Riley Green floppy hat presented by National Coney Island. John probably won't wear the floppy hat because it probably has National Coney Island on it. For tickets, call 866-66-66-Tiger.
Nothing traditional about a floppy hat.
Or visit tigers.com. I love the floppy hat.
Oh, yeah. I love it when I'm fishing.
Not a huge fan of it, but it was done subtly. Just don't want to turn it into Ricky Bobby with Wonder Bread on the windshield from Talladega Nights. Roger Mount Clemens says, a uniform is a uniform. It's not a billboard. Tigers don't change their jerseys because they're iconic. Then they do this. It's all about the money. Yes, of course it's all about the money. Everything in
It's about
life
the money.
seems to be about the money, and we just have to accept it. It's the way it is. You don't have to like it.
Yeah, I think everybody has accepted that fact.
Yeah, I mean, look, like I said, in a perfect world, I wouldn't have the advertisement on the jersey. But in this case, it's done somewhat tastefully, so it's not that big of an eyesore. Like I said, when you watch other sporting events, when you see these advertisements in the background that really aren't even at the venue and they switch during the play and all that, to me, that's worse as for my fan experience watching. All right, Carson Anderson, we'll get your holiday weekend going coming up in a couple of minutes. What's up, Gator?
How are you guys?
Good. How are you?
You a little worked up.
Well, not really.
I'm not gonna lie.
I like to poke the bear. It's become
Seem a little. You guys both seem a little worked up.
Yeah, we're getting ready for the holiday. Absolutely.
Is that it?
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
Where do you stand on
Is there-
Superman ice cream? By the way, I made the comment that most people over the age of 18 don't have it.
I think it's amazing. I love Superman ice cream. I think it's unique in this way. The taste is phenomenal, and yet it's one ice cream that does not work in a milkshake.
Well, you kind of lose the essence.
You lose everything out of it. It ends up being gray, and the taste is not there.
See, I have mint chocolate chip milkshakes, where the milkshake ends up being green, like a shamrock shake.
It's because there's only one color in there.
Yeah, but it's tasty.
Yes, it's very tasty.
The Superman ice cream milkshake is awful, but Superman ice cream is phenomenal.
Now, do you still have Superman ice cream?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Blue
I
Moon?
have two go-to flavors. There's this place in Berkeley called Clark's. It's on 12 Mile, the north side of the street. It's close to 24 seconds. And I'll grab, they have a banana pudding flavor ice cream, which is delicious. Tastes like banana pudding, and then it's got little bits like no wafers in there.
Oh, yeah.
It's amazing. And then they also have Superman. In the fall, they have a pumpkin pie flavored ice cream. It's delicious.
Top with whipped cream.
I think there's some there,
Yeah. That sounds really good.
I absolutely love that you brought up the Superman ice cream topic to Gator, and he's tried it in a shake. He still eats it. Like he's
Right.
next level Superman fan.
Right.
But it also kind of feeds into his persona a little bit.
What?
Your whole 18 and Gators
Yeah.
at times.
Well, he is Superman.
18.
Yeah. 18's being a little generous, too.
Maybe, yeah, 16.
When I was
Yeah.
in college, we had
7.
My senior year at Michigan State. There was an ice cream shop on the same street. I lived on MAC my second to last semester there, and we used to go there all the time. And as soon as summer hit, we're like, "Oh, ice cream time!" And now I was the only one walking out with Superman. I'm like, what the hell is that?
Of course you were.
It's Superman, dude.
And still to this day.
And it's only basically a Michigan product.
Really?
Yeah, like
Yeah.
Blue Moon,
Michigan,
right?
Midwest, yeah.
Absolutely. What do you guys got going today?
Well, there's all kinds of Tiger stuff to unpack because this is starting to get intriguing, and I think it's starting to draw in the fringe people.
2 games out.
Well, we'll talk about. We got a Twitter poll out there for people who are intrigued in where this Tiger season is headed. Go check it out at DunGator971. We'll update you on the air momentarily what that poll is.
All right. Have a great weekend, everybody. Carson Anderson next. 97 won the ticket.
Hi, Carson Anderson here on 97.1. Welcome to the program. Gator, how are you?
I'm all right.
That wasn't very convincing. What's the
I'm a
problem?
little off this morning. I don't know what happened.
Yeah, he did come in discombobulated and said sorry. And I didn't ask because it was kind of crunch time here. But what the hell happened to you this
I don't know
morning?
what happened. I next thing I know, it's like 9:15, and I've been on the computer for a half an hour. I'm like, what am I doing? It felt like the show prep that I was doing wasn't good enough or appropriate or what. I don't know. I was on some sign. Where am I? This doesn't have much to do with what we're doing.
The show prep you were doing was
Yeah.
inappropriate?
It just wasn't. It wasn't really sports related. I mean, what am I? I can't remember what I was looking at. I think I was just looking at like regular news items from one of the free per the news, as opposed to just immediately going to sports. And I'm like,
You wasted your time. Is that
I
what
kind of
you're
wasted
saying?
some time there, yeah. And then I left the house late, and then I'm in my neighborhood, and everything's discombobulated, right? So I go to leave the house, and you know what? You know the routine: wallet, phone, keys, and water is the next thing thrown in the mix. So I made sure I had that, and I grabbed a Celsius out of the fridge, and I can't leave the house without saying goodbye to the dog. So I set the drinks back on the counter in the kitchen, went over to say goodbye to the dog, told her to be a good girl. Daddy loves you. I'll be back.
Mm-hmm.
And then went back to the counter, got my stuff, and got into the car. And I'm going through the neighborhood, and there's this giant truck in front of me in my neighborhood that is looking to turn right eventually, although didn't have a signal on, and I needed to go left. And I'm like, go, you're right there, go. There's no reason for you to be stopped right here, go. And it was a giant truck for those like the tree services, where they're doing all the chipping and stuff like that.
Right.
And finally it moves aside so I can get past. I'm like, are you serious right now? So I get, and I'm looking at the clock, and it's getting later and later. I'm like, I don't like this at all. I don't like being late. And I start driving, and I get on to Telegraph eventually, and heading south. And I'm getting ready to turn on to Telegraph, and there's two cars in the far right lane where I'm going to go, and there's like three cars in the middle lane that could also turn right. And one of them is a big truck, like a landscaping truck with all landscaping tools. So I'm avoiding that one. I'm going to go to the far right lane. But nobody has any sense of urgency. People they're just, I'll just wait for the light to turn green. I'm like, nobody has gone northbound on Telegraph in the last 20 seconds. You cars all could have gone, and you haven't gone, and you're not going. And eventually light turns green, and the middle lane, they start to go and to turn right. And
By the way, the show's over at 2, so just wondering if this story has an end.
nothing went my way. How's that? Every time I went to turn, there were others in front of me that they were out for a Sunday drive on a Friday morning. And and then I turned over here by the radio stations, and there was another giant truck that is sitting at this light that you can turn right on red, and it didn't turn right on red.
Mike and Rico will be here any second.
Hey, we'll get the holiday started quickly. So, needless to say, I came in later than I wanted to. So, I've been discombobulated. Oh, and by the way, I left the Celsius on the countertop when I went to say goodbye to the dog. So, I didn't realize that when I came in. I'm like, where the hell's my Celsius? Like,
It's just a wreck, huh?
yeah, it's just sitting on the
Did you get a
island.
replacement drink at least?
I did.
Okay.
With a Coke Zero.
All right, gotcha. All right, so the question we said we'd throw out there on Twitter.
I'm sorry, Doug.
It's it's okay, man.
I'm sorry.
I was just
I'm
ready
sorry.
to yell, get out of the water.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm sure you weren't the only one. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, people that are live streaming all over the place, whether it's on the Odyssey app, AUDACY. If you're live streaming the show on Twitch, twitch.tv, search for 971 The Ticket. Or, as you now know, we are live streaming video on YouTube. You can search for 971 The Ticket as well. I'm sorry, people. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I'm sure that Kitech and the bunch are all really upset with me.
Well, Kitech commented on Twitch.
I haven't even looked. I'm sorry.
The Michigan left turn, is that going on Gators' list?
No, actually, I love the Michigan left.
Yeah.
I just don't love when people
Aren't executing?
are not ready to go.
Yeah. No, I hear you. All right, so the Twitter poll we had is about the Tigers, and they win last night. And the question we're asking is, do you feel the Tigers will be in the hunt in the American League Central right to the end? Is this team going to be in the hunt in the American League Central right to the end? Gator, there's data that supports that they will, and there's data that makes you believe that they won't. I do feel as though the fringe fan might be getting maybe not interested, but paying attention, interested adjacent, like they're almost there. But we got sample sizes now, right? We got sample sizes to make some pretty, I think, accurate judgments of what a team is going to be. They're still below 500. We know the pattern. They've made it to 2 games below 500, which means they will drop the next 2 games. That's how this has worked. Get to 2 games under, lose multiple games. But, one thing that's happening with this team is I think they are starting to believe that they're in a race, as they should. Now, as a professional athlete, Jansen said something to me years ago, which I found interesting. I said, how many seasons did you enter where you thought we really have a chance to win the Super Bowl? And you know what his response was?
He thought every team had a chance to win the Super Bowl.
Every single year, he thought they had a chance to win a Super Bowl. He played on some bad Redskins teams. He played for the Lions for a year. Every season, he thought we have a chance to win the Super Bowl. So I don't know if these guys, if you're a Detroit Tiger, did you enter this season thinking you had a chance to win the World Series? And did you approach every game that way? I don't know that you really, truly believed it, but I'm guessing they approached every game that way. But to get to this point in the season and only be 2 games out of first, think back to opening day and how we talked about this team. This has far exceeded our expectations.
It's definitely exceeded the expectations. They're 2 games below 500, and they've played 48 games. We thought through 40 games this was going to be a real struggle. I thought 15 and 25 through 40, you were hoping for 17 in 23, and here it is. They're actually 2 games below 500. I'm stunned at how things have gone so far this year. But I'm also aware of what the situation is. They're in a bad division, so they're able to compete.
The MAC East of the major leagues.
But it's not like they've played a ton of games against their division yet. So this is what kind of gives me a little bit of hope is that, they've only played 10 games in the Central. They're 7-3.
Mm-hmm.
So they've played roughly a fifth of their games against their own division at this point. That means they've been playing pretty good baseball throughout. They outside of the East, they've been very competitive. 2-14 against the East is not very competitive. So as bad as the division is, they did well enough outside of it, with the exception of playing the American League East. They've killed it in interleague ball or playing the National League, and they're going to take care of games against their own division. If you do the eyeball test last night, which is what I was doing last night, the eyeball test. Take the eye out and throw it on the screen. Look at the eyeball. I was looking at to see just what did it feel like watching it. Did it look like the Tigers were a better team than the White Sox?
Without question.
And absolutely it did. Like, I'm watching this game and I'm thinking, what happened to the mighty White Sox?
Mm-hmm.
It's not that long ago. This team had a handful of all-star players.
Building a young core.
Right. And so look at this trade. They trade Jake Peavy, and look how everything they got out of it or whatever. And they had that other a young pitcher they traded, and they got a bunch of stuff for. And what do they have? Not much.
No.
It's not impressive at all what the White Sox are right now. So, we just got done watching Kansas City. We know Kansas City isn't terribly – they're not impressive.
No.
And they're 21 games below 500. They're not impressive. We've seen Cleveland, and Cleveland's okay, but not impressive. And the Tigers, by the way, are not impressive either. But the White Sox aren't. So the Tigers actually, I think they can make that claim among the teams they've played so far in the division that they are the best team of those 4.
And they haven't played the Twins.
They haven't played the Twins yet. And that's the matchup that you want to see. But the Twins are not world beaters. They're 26-24, but they've done this. They've played 16 games against the division already, and they're 10-6. Now they're 10-6. They haven't played the Tigers yet. So they've lost 6 games combined to Cleveland, Chicago, and Kansas City. And if you don't think those are good teams, then does that bring Minnesota back down to earth a little bit? So the gap between Minnesota and Detroit, I don't think is terribly significant. And if they're only 2 games back now, and you keep talking about this stretch that's coming up in 3 weeks or whatever.
3 weeks, they played a Twins 7 times in 10 games.
That's actually quite large.
Yes.
When you look at it, because you're not playing those teams 19 times within your division a season like it used to be. So that's the majority of the games you're going to play against the Twins this year are going to happen in that little period. We'll know an awful lot at that point, but right now, my gut tells me that they won't be there at the end.
All right, Tiger fans, 248-539-9797. Plus, you've got the Twitter poll out there. Are the Tigers going to be in the hunt in the American League Central right to the end? That's at Doug and Gator 971. Go vote. We'll update the voting coming up in 5 minutes, and I'll give you some data, Gator. Data, hard data that might make you go, wow. It's about our Tigers again. That coming up straight ahead here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, staying in town for Memorial Day weekend, then make Twin Peaks your destination all weekend long. NBA and NHL playoffs all weekend long. Tiger baseball, PGA, the Charles Schwab Challenge, all be featured on the wall-to-wall TVs. Minimum requirement, 50 of them in a Twin Peaks franchise. If you're missing the barbecue, they got all your favorites smoked up and ready to go. Ribs, wings, pork, brisket, not to mention the always delicious burgers like the Hangover, topped with egg and bacon. Twin Peaks girls are waiting to make you forget about not being at the lake. Stop in and say hi. Also, no one does happy hour like Twin Peaks. Whatever your preference, they got everything from tequila cocktails and extensive bourbon category to top shelf spirits and cocktails served over ice, local craft beers, handcrafted whiskey cocktails. It's an adventurous drink menu, second to none. And don't forget about my favorite, the 29-degree man-sized drafts, frozen mugs, 6-hour freezing process. That's the kind of attention to detail they have at Twin Peaks. Find a location nearest you. Go to TwinPeaksRestaurant.com. Also, sign up for the Eat Club and stay up to date on all things Twin Peaks and score free stuff. That's TwinPeaksRestaurant.com/Peaks-Club to get started today. We'll get to the Coca-Cola 600 preview later in the show. 248-539-9797. Yep, Tigers with another win last night over the White Sox. Still chilling up there in second place. 2 games under 500. They continue to ignore the no loitering sign, and there they are. So the one thing about chasing Minnesota is slowly what they're starting to do. Like a week ago today, the Tigers were one game ahead of the Cleveland Guardians.
Nice job.
Thank you. And now the Gribe is 2.5 games behind them. Like they're starting to at least, it might not be gaining that much on Minnesota, slowly distancing themselves maybe from the team in third place. I mean, 2.5 games isn't a ton, but if you just keep playing at the pace that much ahead of Cleveland and you try to put them in the rearview mirror. But we said we update you on the Twitter poll. 366 votes here in the early going. Tiger fans, you feel like they'll be in the hunt for the American League Central right to the end. And there's a lot of comments coming in as well. And we will read many of the comments on the air. But as it stands right now, 43.4% say yes. 56.6% say no. Here are some of the replies that we have gotten. From Jason, there's a reason they play 162. They might hang around till July 1st, but significant lack of depth will catch up. It's all Band-Aids and glue right now. David SL says tentatively yes. If Carpenter performs well when he gets back and Miggy and Scope have their playing time minimized, we can contend to the very end in the worst division in baseball. That sounds snarky, but I'll take it.
You know what? I just looked ahead at the second half of the season for the Tigers and the schedule after the All-Star break.
Mm-hmm.
It's unfortunate because the opportunities to play Minnesota, if we all agree Minnesota's a team to beat, there aren't many. They only played Minnesota 6 times in the second half of the season, and the last game they play is August 16th, which is a Wednesday. That's the last time they'll play Minnesota. So if you think they're going to be in it with them and competing with them, they'll have no opportunities to go head-to-head with Minnesota.
I'll make sure you pass them before then.
That's right.
All right, so I said I had some data here that's encouraging. The website we talk about a lot on this show, but it does more than just do lottery simulations. The website Tankathon has some very useful tools. Like, for instance, the teams ranked by remaining strength of schedule. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
So there's the rest of the way. Now, again, we're like a third of the way through the season right now. And I think that's a sample size worth drawing some conclusions. Or at least, I mean, we're approaching a third. But, I mean,
we're still ways away from that. But
but we're close. And so the point is, I think this is kind of significant. Toughest strength of schedule. The toughest strength of schedule the rest of the way belongs to the Oakland A's, who have the teams they're playing have a .519 winning percentage the rest of the way.
That's not good for Oakland, being the worst team in baseball.
No. As far as the American League Central is concerned, Kansas City has the toughest schedule the rest of the way.
Again, not good for a team that's one of the worst in baseball.
Of the teams in the American League Central, the teams they're playing have a .500 winning percentage the rest of the way. Cleveland has the 20th toughest schedule the rest of the way, .499. Minnesota, the 22nd toughest schedule the rest of the way, .492. The White Sox, the 26th toughest schedule at .485. Moving down a little bit in all the majors, the 29th toughest schedule, the next to basically the second easiest schedule, belongs to Milwaukee at .483. The easiest schedule in Major League Baseball the rest of the way belongs to the Detroit Tigers, .475. Now, the reason I gave you Milwaukee, .483 winning percentage of their opponents the rest of the way, Detroit at .475. There is no gap in baseball as big as that. Everybody else is within. That's 8/100ths of a winning percentage. Everyone else is within that. That's the largest gap. It's almost as if Detroit has far and away the easiest remaining strength of schedule. Things can change, okay? They obviously can. But we've talked about, can this team survive what has been, it's actually the toughest schedule of any American League Central team so far. And they clearly have. I don't look at the Tigers and see a contender. I see a little engine that could. and some guys that are scrapping and clawing, and they're getting away with having some metrics of a terrible baseball team that can't hit home runs compared to everybody else. Nice little power surge the last couple of days of, Zach Short, who, I could see him hitting 30 to 35 home runs the rest of the way.
You think so?
Yeah. No, I mean, Zach Short, Akil Baddoo had a bomb last night, but, they're, who's their leader? And 5? Is it 5?
I think it is 5 or 6. Riley Green, does he have 5?
Riley Green has 5. Nick Maton has 5. Jake Rogers has 5. Tigers have hit 41 home runs so far. I mean, it's not like it's
a better pace than last year.
So
by a lot, actually.
Yeah, but they're doing some things to help them win, like the 7th in Major League Baseball in runs saved. And I will keep circling back. I think they might have something in Faedo. Again, it's early, but his secondary numbers have been pretty damn good if he keeps the ball in the park, and he gave up another home run last night, but he had a career high in strikeouts.
Yeah, and they pointed out last night, and I'm glad they did. The pitch he threw that went yard was a really good pitch. It was an inside corner. It was right at the corner of the strike zone. The guy just turned on it. And, take your hat off to him. Faedo struck out 10 in 6 innings, no walks again. That's stunning to me. It's a really stunning development that he hasn't walked anybody to this point. Or he's only walked one batter to this point, and they have the game like he did last night, where he had such a command of the strike zone.
Mm-hmm.
It's one thing to have control and throw strikes. It's another thing to command where those strikes are going to be in the strike zone. And he was painting the corner, the lower part of the strike zone as well, and doing it with pinpoint accuracy with a 94-mile-an-hour fastball. It was fun to watch. I don't know how sustainable it is with him, or if this just happens to be, hey, he matched up against a team that was a little too aggressive last night. I don't really care. It's one game, take it and run, and we'll see where he is the rest of the season. But I kind of feel like you get only a few games like that a year out of a pitcher like Faedo. I hope he ends up being a plus pitcher on this team, but I feel right now that the staff is just a bunch of guys that certainly have the capability of doing that, but it's not something they would do consistently.
All right, 248-539-9797 to your phone calls. We'll read more of your tweets coming in, ticket text as well. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. AJ Hinch following last night's game, 248-539-9797. Carson Anderson, look, Tigers, 2 games out of first, 2 games under 500, second place. Continue to hang out near the top of the division. And the question we've asked people on Twitter is, do you think this team is going to be battling in the American League Central right to the end? Approaching 400 votes, 45% say yes, 55% say no. Let's get to your phone calls. We go to Dan on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Dan.
Hey, Doug, how's it going?
Good, bud.
So we are at 48 games so far in the season.
Yep.
Oh, sorry, Scott. I didn't mean to leave you out there.
All right, thank you.
I'm looking at. I'm an accountant, and that's what I do for a living. So I have this whole, deal that I've worked out.
You should account for the both of us then.
I know, exactly. My deep apologies. So we're through 48 games, and the Tigers. When Doug, you had mentioned it kind of briefly in your last wrap up. What their performance has been against above 500 ball clubs, and the Tigers are 13-19.
Yeah,
and that's 32 games amongst that they've played, and the Twins are 10-12. That easily could be 11-11, right? So they're slight, but it's less of a volume. And when I look at that performance against good baseball teams, relatively good baseball teams this year,
yep,
how has AJ Hinch gotten them? What have they learned? How are they going to continue to perform? For me, and to answer the question, the Tigers for me right now, they're exciting to watch, and I do believe they're going to compete in this division between Cleveland, Minnesota, and Detroit. It's the divisions amongst 3 teams. They're not going to compete for the wild card, that's for sure. I think that runs through the AL East and other places. So they compete for this division, and that's their path.
Yeah, I mean, look, the thing is, the whole point of the beginning of this is to understand what they're up against, right? And what they're up against. Like, you look at the American League East, which they did the data going into last weekend. The American League East, their teams were playing, all 5 of them, outside the division, were playing like a team that was on pace to win 108 games. All 5 teams. Those teams are scrambling to the top of Everest. We're over here trying to scramble to the top of Mount Holly.
Right.
And I
think they're 5 games back of the wild card. I mean, there isn't a team below 500 in the AL East. Is that right? I think that's right.
It has been for a while. I'll go back and see if anybody has slipped up lately. Toronto's a game over.
So the Tigers have to win this division to make it to the postseason.
Yeah, they're not winning a wild card.
Without question.
They're not winning a wild card, and they're. I mean, but it's hey. What do we have to do? We have to get to the top of Mount Holly. And it's doable for what I think is at best an average baseball team. But you know what? They are accomplishing something that we have begged of them. They were this 2 years ago. They weren't last year. And they are this year. Interesting.
Yeah.
2 years ago, they were interesting. They weren't great, but they were interesting. Last year, they weren't great and they weren't interesting. This year, they're interesting.
They are. Here's an interesting stat about the Tigers. The run differential is the fifth worst in baseball.
I'm not surprised.
At -44, and yet they're just 2 games below 500, and they've given up 44 more runs than they've scored. Now, maybe that's all because of the beginning of the season when they played the East, and they were getting pounded. But it's a weird, maybe it's a statistical anomalation, Doug.
Yes.
We'll see how they play the rest of the way, but they've got some tough series coming up. Texas leads their division, Atlanta leads their division, and Arizona is second to the Dodgers, and they're only a couple games back. They're like 29-21 through 50 games, so they got some tough foes coming up.
248-539-9797. Scott's in Birmingham and on 97.1. What's up, Scott?
Hey guys,
hey.
Giddy literally just stole my thunder. I was looking last night, and the Tigers have it's interesting because everybody minus the Twins in the AL Central has a minus run differential.
Yeah.
And everybody in the AL East has a positive run differential, which is almost unheard of. Right. Is this going to be like the NFC South where like the winning team, the team that wins the division has a losing record? I don't know.
I don't think it'll be that, but it'll be like that, and this is the worst division in baseball. I think we can probably all agree on that, unless some teams really pick it up. But it just kind of feels that way. I mean, it really is strange. And to see all these teams. I really do think there isn't much that separates the top 4 teams in the Central Division. There just isn't. They're all kind of the same team.
And in fact, if you look at the standings for the entire American League, we're the 5th worst team in the American League. It's the A's and then a mile, and then the Kansas City Royals, the White Sox, the Twins, or us, and then the Twins.
That's so funny. I mean,
Do you want to put in perspective how bad the A's have been? Because if people aren't paying attention to the entire landscape of baseball, I totally get it.
Mm-hmm.
The A's, if you just look at the record and say 10-42, 32 games below 500 for the first 52 games, that's awful. Their run differential, have you seen this?
No.
Care to take a gander what it is? Tigers are minus 44, and it's the 5th worst in baseball.
100-something? 110. Minus 110.
Minus 184. Minus 184? They've scored 183 runs. They've been doubled up every game.
Oh, my God.
That's how bad the Oakland A's are.
Although I just looked at this. You know they've scored more runs than the Tigers?
That is technically true.
But this is what we're
They've played
saying,
more-
though.
they've also played
I
more
keep
games,
going
but
back.
yeah.
Mount Holly.
Mount Holly.
Mount Holly, man. We just got to get to the top of Mount Holly.
Get to the base camp first.
Yeah, this is not. There is no base camp. It's an easy hike.
It's unbelievable.
It's the American League Central. It's the Mount Holly of Major League Baseball. 248-539-9797. Well, the American League East is the Mount Everest. All right, so A.J. Hinch, ton of credit. What's interesting, though, is Scott Harris came in and made this proclamation about philosophically, he wanted this organization from top to bottom to be great within the strike zone. He wanted hitters to be patient at the plate, swing at the pitches they want to hit, stay in the strike zone. And he wanted pitchers to, locate in the strike zone, not walk a bunch of guys. Both totals are better than they were a year ago.
Mm-hmm.
Markedly better, although I haven't done the data, but yeah. So there is a remarkable change that I found hard to believe when I took a look at it today. And I wonder if this goes back to credit Scott Harris. We'll get to that today at 10:48 because it's been very useful for the Tigers. More encouraging data for a team that is. The question is, are they poised to hang around all season long? 248-539-9797, 97.1, the ticket. interesting story about our Lions. We will get to today at 11:05. Just kind of work my way through this at this hour. Some reporting going on out there about the Lions. So we will get to that. In the meantime, I mentioned before the break, Scott Harris came in and said we got to be better with the strike zone. Let's take a look at Javi Baez. Javi Baez career strikeout rate. Okay? What percentage of at-bats do you strike out? His career strikeout rate is 28.1.
That's rather high.
The major league average over the course of his 10-year career is 21.9. And he's been at 28.1. The lowest for a season Javi Baez's strikeout rate has ever been was his third year back in 2016, 24% even. That's his best strikeout rate of his career.
What's his worst?
I have to look that up. But do you know what his strikeout rate is right now for this season?
I think it's much better. I would guess it's. I mean, I would have guessed it was around 20, but you're saying the best he's ever had is 24?
Best he's ever had is 24.
I'll still say it's around 20.
His strikeout rate this year is 18.1%. Wow. Javi Baez has taken a lot of heat in this town for striking out.
Yes.
He's taking a lot of heat in this town for a variety of reasons.
Well, but it comes with the territory when you signed a big contract.
Yep.
You're supposed to be one of those big shortstops in the free agent market that year. Hit some home runs and let's go. And he hasn't hit home runs. We knew he was a strikeout machine, and he proved it last year with little power to boot. This year,
still
striking out less, but the power still isn't really there.
His career worst was his rookie season, in which, how many at-bats he had or plate appearances. He had 229 plate appearances his rookie season, and his strikeout rate was 41.5%. But this year, a career best, and it's not even close, 18.1%. Interesting, huh? 248-539-9797.
As a team, last year the Tigers struck out 1,413 times in 162 games. So what is that? Roughly 9 a game? Yep. Maybe.
How many times did you say? 1,413?
1,413 in 162.
Okay.
Which is probably between 8.5 and 9, I would guess.
8.72.
Look at me.
Yep. Well done.
Thank you. This year, in 48 games, the Tigers have struck out 436 times. So I think that seems like it'd be significantly better.
I don't know that it is. How many times?
436 and 48.
436 divided by 48. It's 9.03.
It's not significantly better.
No.
Feels like it, but it's not.
No.
Okay, then.
They're walking more, though. We know that.
Well, they're drawing more walks. Their other numbers are up. The OPS is up by 30 points, although last year was horrible, and this year at 660 is not very good either. But, yeah, you mentioned the walks. They've walked 162 times in 48 games, and last year in 162, they walked 380. So they definitely walked more.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Bob in Shelby Township. You're on 97.1. What's up, Bob?
Hey, guys.
Hey.
Great show.
Thank you.
No, as far as the Tigers, going down the stretch, you look at it and they started out kind of in the hole, but they only scored like 180 runs so far, right? And going down the stretch, I just think it puts a lot of pressure on your pitching and a lot of pressure on your defense, in a 162-game season. Unfortunately, we can't play the Central all the time, but I wish we could. But, I mean, I see us being another 77 and 85 year for them. And I think that's their team. I think they're hitting kind of who they are.
So a couple things about that is if they are going to exceed expectations and do better than 77 wins, which also is already exceeding expectations, I think there's two key guys here. And the two guys are Spencer Torkelson, because you hope that he can round into form the way Riley Green has. The other one is Kerry Carpenter returning and continuing to provide that power surge that he had for them earlier this year, because they just don't hit home runs. And obviously those are very useful And so between Torque and Carpenter, those are two guys I think that are worthy of paying attention to. That could really help, at least make the offense be better, because they have all kinds of, like, I'm giving you some positive stuff. We can do the negative stuff too, right? I mean, and we mentioned the 5th worst in the American League in runs scored.
They're not scoring runs. We just
Fewer
figured out
than
that
the
they're
A's.
actually striking out more than they did last year as a team. Even the home run totals might be better than what they did last year. They're still not impressive. Even though the OPS is better than what it was last year, it's not impressive. It's not an impressive offensive team right now. Now, can it get better? Of course it can get better, but it needs to get better. Can they get that OPS up around 700 or over 700? Because that'd be nice. The league average, I believe, is 706. I thought it was the last time I saw it, which isn't great, by the way, for the league, but it sets a standard of where it is and where this team needs to go. The weather gets nicer. You would expect that maybe there's more offense when that comes, but it goes both ways. Now that, hey, we're going to have great weather here. We're going to be in the 80s next week, and hey, it's the summertime. It's the same for everybody else in baseball. So if the Tigers are perennially slow starters because of the cold weather, I'm guessing other teams are too. So you can't use that as an excuse. It comes down to having better players. And there's not a huge core group of guys that are on this team right now that you say these are ride or die guys for the next 10 years or next 6 years.
Feedback coming in here. You kids are so cute as you're trying to spin the Tigers as a competitive team. All we're asking.
Please be competitive.
Yeah. First of all, are they competitive in the American League Central so far?
Yeah.
And the question is, can they continue to be competitive in the American League Central? We've offered up data that suggests that they can.
Yeah, in the division they are.
That's all. Is that a bold claim? Is that a spin?
No. I mean, and of course the argument, well, it's the worst division in baseball. Yeah, it is. Thank you for pointing that out. We understand that. Nobody's saying this is a team that's going to contend for the World Series. What we're saying is, can they contend for their own division?
The texter goes on to say, you fail to mention that the manager, when not cheating, has a .437 winning percentage after 584 games. Happy for the young players. Just wish they had a quality manager. You don't think the manager's doing a good job with this group?
Is this a great group of players?
No.
Okay. Are you stunned they're 2 games below 500 at this point? And why is it that they're 2 games below 500 at this point? I think the manager deserves a lot of credit. You want to hate on AJ Hinch because he was part of the Astros team that was part of that cheating scandal. So be it. Nobody's going to convince you otherwise, and enjoy your life. Yep. I guess I don't really care. If you want to be objective and look at what he's done with this team with incredibly little talent a couple of years ago when they won 77 games. Last year was horrible and the worst on record. Mm-hmm. Not sure why that was, except the talent was perhaps worse. And now this year, again, not a lot of talent, but they're hanging around. They're trying to instill a new philosophy with this team that hopefully is sustainable. They're trying to find guys that they can build around. I just said, the core group for this team, it's not a big core. Offensively, what do you got for a core group?
I got to circle back to that last text. If he thinks we're trying to spin the Tigers as a competitive team, we're not trying to spin the Tigers as a competitive team. In the American League Central, they are a competitive team. And I don't know that, and we're asking the question, can they maintain their place near the top of the American League Central standings? That's it.
Yeah.
Chris in Houston says, Alex Faedo with a .74 whip and a batting average against of 188 gives me all the confidence in the world that he's going to be a stud. Let's go. Okay, I'm not convinced he's going to be a stud, but I do. If you're paying attention, Faedo, the ERA hasn't been there, the wins haven't come in his starts and all that, and he's given up too many home runs. But a lot of these secondary numbers are encouraging.
I love the batting average against.
Far short of him being a stud, but I'm encouraged.
You mentioned that one of your favorite stats to look at is WHIP, walks plus hits per innings pitched. It's one of mine as well. I love batting average against. And OPS against. Those really tell you if when they give up hits, what's going on. Both of those numbers are really good for Faedo so far through 3 starts?
4. 4
Is it 4?
starts.
I think it's 4.
It's not much, and we recognize that. I'm not pumping up Faedo just yet. I'm hoping he's good. I'm cautiously optimistic that he can be just an average pitcher in baseball. He was a first-round pick, had high hopes for him, but he didn't matriculate through the minors being that can't-miss prospect guy, and he's coming off a pretty good start last night. But again, same issue. Gave up a home run. Okay, but he struck out 10. Didn't walk anybody, and actually went 6 innings. I thought for sure he was done after 5. They'd throw him out there for a 6th inning, and he got the job done. It's nice to see.
From Eddie, starting to think we have a shot at winning this division. Minnesota's had many injuries, including Correa. I like hearing Doug's data, too. John and Warren says, I'm a little off topic here, but I say keep the Meyer logo. They're undefeated since, LOL. Here's unnamed texter. This just means Chris I doesn't have to spend money if they keep hanging around. He can make money, and Doug and Gator can be happy. They're just hanging around.
Why would he not spend money if they're hanging around? Isn't it more of an impetus to spend money to put you over the top so that you win more?
I mean, seriously, if they compete in this division right to the end and then don't spend money in the offseason, then I'll be upset.
Yes,
I would agree.
agree.
They haven't been close and close enough where it made a ton of sense, although they did get tried with Javi Baez. It makes when you get to be 500 with a young core in a bad division, you can make a splash in the offseason and win the division. I will be upset if they hang around all year, even if they don't win the division, but they're right there, and then don't spend money in the offseason.
They have to spend money in the offseason. They're losing Miguel Cabrera's contract off the books, and it's not like the payroll for the Tigers in 2023 is exorbitant to begin with.
No.
And when you lop $35 million off of it or $30 million off of it because Cabrera's will be retiring at the end of the season, you've got a big gap to fill because you don't want to be the Oakland A's ever.
All right. I mentioned at the beginning of this segment some breaking Lions news. At this hour, the Athletic is reporting that a 5th Lions player is in violation of the league's gambling policy.
Oh, come on.
We'll get to the details of that at 11:05 here on 97.1 The Ticket.
I heard it there in the update. Another Lions player. Not mentioned. Not mentioned. Colton Pouncey of The Athletic is, re-emphasized on Twitter. The player currently under investigation was not a prominent member of the 2022 team. They're not reporting who it is yet. So Jameson Williams talked yesterday, and he said he didn't know about the league's gambling policy. Pro Football Talk has taken that and says that's squarely on the Lions for not making sure all players knew the rules and the consequences for violating them. They followed that up with a tweet that said the Lions had 4 players violate the policy. 4. If the message isn't getting through, the messenger at some point is to blame. So it is interesting. I'm going to reserve a little bit of judgment if the Lions drop the ball for a variety of reasons. I'd like to hear their response to this.
That's fair.
Do we have the Dan Campbell soundbite, Greg? Yeah, let us know when we do. Because he kind of addressed this yesterday. I haven't heard this yet, but I know that he brought it up. And I would say I would like to know how much this is talked about. I also am going to reserve judgment to see what the follow-up is to the Adam Schefter story that broke earlier this week, that a second wave of suspensions was coming. Is this going to be league-wide stuff, or is this 5 players now with the Lions going to be the extreme case? Or have a lot of players blown this off or weren't paying attention? Like, I get the my mind is open to the fact that this could have been something that was completely emphasized, but players really weren't paying attention. Like a kid in class daydreaming, not paying attention.
Well, but it's still
who, by the way, raise your hand if that's ever been you.
Why are you looking at me?
I did. I raised my own hand.
Okay.
You didn't raise yours?
I wasn't paying attention to what you were saying.
Well played.
Well, I think it's still on the organization, and here's why. Those were the only one thing we're really talking about are the players that were suspended, right? The Lions had numerous employees, that also got themselves in trouble for gambling on site.
No, that's a good point.
So, as much as, and I'm sure we'll hear what Dan Campbell has to say here about how they've made it a priority to let the players know, they need to do more. They clearly need to do more, or needed to do more last year. I suspect that it's kind of taken care of now because of the suspensions, but they still have to, do the due diligence and say, okay, guys, I know you want to hear it. I know you think you already know it, and that's fine. But we've had 4 suspensions from players only, let alone people in the building. So not everybody understands this. We need to make sure and emphasize that you do understand what you can and cannot do when it comes to gambling.
So there's one thing that's happened under this regime that has been cut down, and that's the nonsense. This is an example, though, of nonsense that can get in the way. It's going to get in the way. It's already in the way with players that they have either released or a critical member of the team, expected to be a critical member of the team next year, being suspended for 6 games. Dan Campbell, the topic came up, Jameson Williams. Here's what he said yesterday.
All right, that's not the cut I was looking for, so we'll see if we can find it. He's obviously talking about Jameson Williams' impact on the field.
Yeah, and now it's different this year compared to last year because last year he wasn't able to participate in any of this stuff. But he is now and looks really good, apparently. He's already crisper running his routes compared to where he was at the end of last season when he was with the team. So that's good news. But you also mentioned he's got to grow up a little bit.
Somebody brought up on Twitch, Chili Damon on Twitch said March Madness got a ton of folks. If you look at the timing of this whole thing, this could circle back to March Madness.
Well, I don't know. I thought this stuff was from last November.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
Okay.
It was under investigation for a long time. But maybe the second wave, I don't know. I thought from the moment they announced this stuff, whatever it was, 6 weeks ago or 5 weeks ago, I thought that there's another shoe to drop because it can't just be the Detroit Lions and then one other player that got busted for this.
Well, this is interesting, too, from the Athletic story. It said, in April, the NFLPA sent a memo to all NFL agents. So this is the Players Association letting the guys that represent all the players. Sent a memo to all NFL agents that addressed the recent suspensions for violations of the gambling policy and warned them that players should never open or use mobile gambling apps while at work. The NFL gambling policy, the story goes on to say, prohibits team staff, league staff, and players from placing bets on any sport at a league facility, including stadiums that house sports books or while traveling with the teams.
Now, I wonder if does this also include like, hey, you just can't even look at a betting line on your phone if you're using the app. Like if I'm at Allen Park and I'm a starting defensive tackle and I've got some time to kill, I'm sitting in my locker stall, I pull out my phone, I go to the BetMGM app or FanDuel or whatever it is, and I'm looking at the lines for college football for the week. And I don't make a bet, but I'm looking at it and I'm at the facility and then I log out. Am I flagged? Or is that what gets you under further investigation to see if you actually bet on it? And if you bet on it, then you're in trouble. But if you just look at it, the lesson I would say to the team is do not open the app at all.
Well, that's what again, this memo from the NFLPA warned them that players should never open or use mobile gambling apps while at work. So they say, they go so far as to say don't even open the thing. Now, is that because that gets you flagged or is that because it's temptation or whatever? Just got this from reporter and update guy Jeff Lesson said he got an email in April from the Lions that says the NFL coordinates gambling policy training for the players every year. So the Lions are saying the NFL is the one that's coordinating the gambling policy training. Now, there are warning signs up on locker room walls about stuff you can't do. Clubhouse walls in baseball and, things you need to be cognizant of. But if you're just joining us, a fifth Detroit Lion player, unnamed at this time, is under investigation for violation of the league's gambling policy. It is...
But not thought to be a starter.
Colton Pouncey says a player currently under investigation was not a prominent member of the 2022 team. This is the first... you're not going to be perfect, but this is the first nonsense creeping in to a Dan Campbell locker room. And I the one thing I'll say is I would hope that this will never happen with the Detroit Lions again. That it's relatively unscathed. It sucks losing Jameson Williams for 6 games.
Yep.
But do you think that this core of players that have lived through this, that it'll ever happen again?
It better not. Not the guys that are here on this team right now. It better not, because you've got the living, breathing examples of what happened. You saw former teammates escorted out the door, no longer part of it. You've seen people that behind the scenes that worked for the Detroit Lions that aren't working there anymore.
And again, I shouldn't say can't wait. I'm very interested in what the Adam Schefter said report. A second wave of violations is coming. In the meantime, Jameson Williams did speak about it yesterday. I don't know if it'll clear things up. We'll get to what he had to say this hour. 97.1 The Ticket.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. 248-539-9797. So we're discussing the breaking story, the Athletic last hour reporting that there's a fifth player being investigated for gambling violations in the NFL. I imagine that it's quite possible, if not probable, that there's a high number of NFL players right now holding their collective breath. Deleting apps, setting up bogus accounts on burner phones, like doing anything they can to not get swept up in this. And we'll see how it shakes out. Maybe the Lions were a little careless. Maybe, as Pro Football Talk suggested, that when 5 players from one team are suspended, and isn't there only one other player suspended, a guy from the Redskins, who I think has a chance, that organization has a chance to be the new Lions?
Shaka Tony.
Yep. Does this fall back on the Lions not doing a good enough job emphasizing this? This question was asked, and the Lions at one point responded to our Jeff Lesson and said, look, the NFL coordinates all the gambling training. So, it might, we'll see how it shakes out. If it's 5 Lions, 1 commander, as for now they're called the Commanders. Right. We'll see if that lasts because they lost their patent on the name. But will it be others swept up in this, and will this be a widespread deal, or has it just been a Lion-specific problem? 248-539-9797. Steve's in Dearborn, and he's next. Hi, Steve.
Hi, how are you?
Okay.
Yeah, this is an interesting situation. I would have to think that there is technology available for the Lions and every other NFL team to block all gambling sites from mobile phones on their premises. It would seem like that technology exists, and I believe that they should do that, just to make sure that somebody inadvertently makes a bet and forgets about the rule.
I don't know if there is that technology available.
Well, then they ought to develop it.
How about you just have the players abide by the rules?
Was it called geofencing or something like that? Does that sound right?
I don't know.
Did I just make that up? Did I just apply the wrong term?
I don't know, but to have selective apps that all of a sudden don't work the second you walk into a building, like the building is supposed to be selective in what it can allow and not allow for Wi-Fi?
It's a workplace. It's a workplace. You get to call the shots as the employer.
Well, I would say this, Steve. I would tell the players to leave their phones at the front desk.
Yeah, that's another thing.
Or ask them to do that, or something to that extent. I mean,
you're absolutely correct. Yeah, that leave your phones with the security department, and you pick them up when you leave.
Yeah, the other thing is this is why I do think it's on the Lions. Even if the NFL has a symposium for rookies and all players hey, guys, this is the gambling policy and all that. Well, clearly it didn't get through to some of the players. The teams have an obligation to get the players to understand these rules too. And now they know. And it's a tale that's all across the league now.
I will say that I agree with you, and it cannot be emphasized enough by those in charge. I also don't want to dismiss the personal responsibility of the players.
100%.
Like this is, I get a little hesitant of pointing the finger every other direction. It's on C.J. Moore. It's on Jamison Williams. It's on
Barry Hill
and Tony and all these players that have Shaka Tony. Is that what you said it was?
Cephas.
Yeah, it's on those guys to also know the rules. They're adults. They're professionals.
They have to know. Of course, they have to know the rules, and because ultimately, it's their careers that are on the line. I mean, the NFL does what they do. The Lions need to do what they need to do to try to further emphasize these points, but ultimately, it is, of course, on the players. And if they don't have enough going on right now where the players don't understand, then maybe they just have the wrong players. I suspect that everybody's on the same page right now because they've seen teammates lose their jobs, and they've seen another teammate, a very prominent teammate, be suspended for 6 games.
248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. Again, fifth Lions player, not named at this point, being investigated. Pat and Novi says, can we get an explanation of how it was discovered that someone was betting online while at the team's facility? Like, how is that tracked? So when you log on, when I log on, I always get verifying location.
Yep.
Because there are certain states it's illegal. And there have been times where I've been traveling around. I'm like, oh, let me put $1 on. I'm going to the Diamondbacks game. Let me put $1 on. And you realize, oh, I'm in a different state. Can't do
that.
Yeah. Shoot. It's going to win 91 cents.
Can you imagine if the players in the NFL bet like you bet, and then they got suspended for 6 games because they put $1 on the Diamondbacks baseball game.
My guys.
Serpientes.
It is kind of funny. But it was just $1. Doesn't matter. It was $1. Doesn't matter. 248-539-9797. Matt's on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Matt?
Hey, guys.
Hey.
So the interesting thing, and you got me?
Yep. Go ahead.
Okay, the interesting thing and the thing you read from the NFL, they're talking about at work, right?
Mm-hmm.
So obviously Allen Park makes sense, Ford Field makes sense. If you're playing at Lambeau Field, it makes sense. What about en route, right? You're on the bus, you're on the team plane, it's work, you're traveling for work. Are you going to get hit up there? That I would really be interested to know.
So it says, the rule says you can't do that. So I don't know how
I don't think it's this hard. Just don't bet.
Well, just don't bet, and don't bet when you're at work.
Right.
But it's easy to hold on. It's not that hard to follow that rule,
right?
Okay. But his question is, the rule says you can't do it when you're on a team bus or a team plane. How do they track that? And that could be a little bit more challenging. Now, with that said,
this is where you worry about things but the Players Association signed off on this. So if anybody wants to raise the flag and say, wait a minute, that's just too invasive. That's too much Big Brother type stuff. If the Players Association signs off on it, then so be it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. They're not saying you can't bet on non-professional football games. What they're saying is you can't do it at a facility.
248-539-9797. David is next on 97.1. Hi, David. Oh, it sounds like David hung up. John, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, John.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Okay.
So to touch point on what the previous caller said, yes, every company has the ability to block something on their Wi-Fi and their network. I've tried it. I've gone on my computer and typed in FanDuel, and it says, nope, website blocked because of gambling. Problem is with cell phones, though, you don't have to be on Wi-Fi. You can have a free data plan, and you can use 5G, right? And so the company has no idea what you're doing with your 5G on your cell phone. So that was my first point. And then my second point, really quickly, my thought is also, because this is such a big whatever with, so many 4 or 5 people, I think when they do their training course, my guess is, like any training video, we've all been through them. The first, 4 or 5 minutes or whatever, everyone pays attention. And I'm guessing the first part says, don't bet on NFL games, don't do the da-da-da-da. And, a lot of these, especially the younger kids, by the time a half an hour video is over, at the end it says, oh, by the way, don't do it at the facility. And by then, they're probably on their phone, not paying attention, probably betting on games.
Oh, well, I don't know. That's a big leap to make, but I would say there's a couple things about that. One is the idea of a player drifting off in a team meeting. It wouldn't be the first time, and missing the point. 2 is I had a friend who was a college coach that said they did there's some study about what young people remember during like the course of a timeout or the course of a team meeting. And apparently they remember the first thing you say and the last thing you say, and they have a hard time retaining
blah,
the middle.
blah, blah.
Yeah. Right? There's a lot of blah, blah, blah in between. So you hit them right out of the gate with the point, and you emphasize it at the end, because no matter what you do in the middle, they're going to struggle retaining that part. And I thought that was really interesting. Point that the coaches use now during timeouts, how to make sure that you get your point across. And this probably applies to team meetings as well. 248-539-9797. All right, Jameson Williams did talk yesterday. We'll play some of what he had to say coming up at 11:35. And again, if you're just joining us, a fifth Lion, unnamed at this juncture, is being investigated in violation of the league's gambling policy, although Colton Pouncey reporting it is not a prominent player from the 2022 roster, but another Lion is swept up in this. 97.1 The Ticket. You gonna pull the trigger?
No. That's over.
So I got
that's
a bit
over
of
a budget.
I got a bit of a problem in that if I see a cool hat, I just can't resist, and I buy it. And I have something like 90 baseball caps at home, and it's absurd. I don't need that many, but I just can't resist. And I'm trying to do better.
Yep.
Like Valenti's trying to get me to buy this cool looking fitted Padre hat.
I'm surprised you haven't.
I'm trying to show some discipline. Like I'm trying to pay for my kids' college one hat not purchase at a time,
Uh-huh.
right? I'm
Sure.
doing my best to, war chest money. We're going to have 2 in school this time next year. But so I'm trying to show discipline as it comes to hats. You, my friend, have a guitar problem.
I definitely have a guitar, but
It's a problem, or it's something you collect and you just saw one and you're not pulling the trigger.
no, I haven't pulled a
It
trigger on
started
one in a
during
while.
the commercial break. Gator goes, "That's a cool looking guitar."
That's a really nice one.
Yeah.
Well,
and then you said, "I bet that cost," and you actually guessed within $51 of its price. But suffice it to say, it wasn't the cheapest guitar I've ever
no,
heard
it's
of.
that would be the most expensive one and so I'm not. No, that's not happening.
I got to tell you, you're almost convincing.
Well, I haven't bought a new guitar in 4 years.
I haven't bought a hat since Final Four weekend.
Months, see?
Mm-hmm.
But no, it's been, I think, since pre-pandemic, 2019, I think was the last time I bought a guitar.
Is that right?
I think.
You know what? You kind of deserve a new one.
I do, but I'm not going to yet.
Ooh, now he put the word "yet" in there.
No,
Did you see
but
that? That just changed.
What?
He just said "yet."
No. This one's
He
really
just
nice,
said
though.
"yet."
You should appreciate this one a little bit. It's when they relic.
I can't wait to hear what you're going to say.
Well,
I don't know what would
here
make
we
me
go.
appreciate a guitar. Is it
when they relic
signed by Tony Gwynn?
It's not, but that would be great, right?
Yeah.
When they relic guitars, make them look like they're older, right? I really like how they do that look. They have it down to a science now with oxidizing the paint and all this, and putting dents and stuff into the body.
Well, I didn't realize they had oxidized the paint. I
Sure.
am thrilled now.
Yeah, it's all types of great stuff. Nitrocellulose, paint finishes, and stuff like that. But so what they do now is that they'll do it like twice. So they'll take a guitar that has a normal this is why, so you might understand. Your dad has an amazing guitar. I think it's a 61 or a 63 Fender Stratocaster. It's beautiful. It's a burst guitar, like a tobacco burst. So what this one is a 61 Stratocaster that they've reliced. So it's not an actual 61, but they have the specs of a 61. And then they paint it over it with green, like British Racing green, and then they've reliced it from that point so you can see the burst underneath the green. So it's like your dad's guitar, but with more color. It's actually really cool. But no, I'm not. It's a during commercials thing, and nope. No, I haven't bought one in 4 years, Doug. I'm okay. I wouldn't buy one unless I sold one.
Well, good for you.
And I haven't sold one in a while, so.
I feel like this story's not over, people. I'm just going to say that. 248-539-9797. Back to your open line calls. We go to Matt. You're on 97.1. Hi, Matt.
Hey, boys. The guitar doesn't have enough cup holders, so Gator, I think
Nice.
So I honestly think that this is – I think the caller a couple ahead of me had the answer. It's a simple firewall. Like, if you type certain words into your computer in front of you, the company's not going to let you go to those websites regardless of how many times you press the keys. So, and if you go on the Wi-Fi, the same thing is going to be true. So I don't know why when they're in team facilities, there just isn't a firewall on these websites. And even further, you guys had a caller when this initially went out that talked about working for one of the betting organizations that has to send the names and numbers and cross-applied with the Social Security numbers to the NFL. Why can't they just blanket ban those numbers from gambling? This seems like a simple fix that I don't understand why the NFL isn't just like pressing the button and making this go away.
But if the team, if the players are going to be doing this on their phones and they're not syncing into the company Wi-Fi.
But they have to, Gator, because they have to verify their location through the Wi-Fi.
Well, that's true.
So it says basically, hey, you are at Allen Park, you are in a banned location, or this is a number that's banned, and thus, I mean, it completely solves the problem. It reminds me of when we played the Texans and Schwartz threw the red flag, and instead of saying this is the right thing to do because this is not a touchdown, they said, oh, we're just going to penalize you because of the spirit of the law. Not
right, because the rule says you can't challenge scoring
The only thing I
plays.
can say, Matt, is that is so simple and such an easy solution, it can't possibly be that easy.
Well, I guess when you guys should connect your phone to your company Wi-Fi and try to type in a pass or a website that your computers wouldn't. And I think you guys are going to get blocked from doing it through the company server.
Well, let's try that.
I
Let's
would
try
say
that right
this.
now.
I think you can bet from Ford Field. I think you can use the apps at Ford Field. At least I think you used to be able to. Maybe this changes that.
All right, Gator, I'm on the company Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
A little experiment. So what website do you think the company will block here? Any suggestions?
No, sir.
I'm going to try something here. One keyword.
I mean, I've noticed that there have been some really innocuous websites that I've tried to go to that it just comes up blocked or whatever.
Well, this 4-letter word didn't get blocked. I'll just leave it at that.
Oh.
Apparently I can get on that website. 248-539-9797. All right, here we go. Jameson Williams, speaking to the media yesterday, said he's trying to move forward. You know, he was happy to get out there and work with the team, but did say it was a rule he wasn't aware of and didn't see the suspension coming. Okay. I mean, that's all you really can do. It didn't sound like there was an appeal coming of any kind. This is more reaction to the suspension from Jameson Williams. Okay. Again, he's really forward focused.
He sounds like a guy that, you know, honestly, the way he sounds, and it's just how he sounds. That's all I'm judging this on. Sounds like a guy who knows he made a mistake. He's sorry for the mistake, and he's happy to be back playing and doing what he loves to do. And it's unfortunate for him, and he knows it that he can't play the first 6 games. But boy, is he happy to be out there.
Final thing. Here's more on how it happened. That last question was, you weren't aware of the rule, and he said, no, sir. I don't know. I mean, we weren't in those team meetings of how much this was emphasized.
Right.
The Lions reached out to our Jeff Lesson, said the NFL coordinates all gambling training. I gotta see exactly what the wording was. I want to make sure I get it right. The NFL coordinates gambling policy training for the players every year. So, you know, I mentioned when that Iowa story broke that the NCAA requires college kids to receive a gambling seminar, and schools do it more than they are required. I know locally that Michigan did, and but you, I guess you can't emphasize it enough.
They just fired the AD in Iowa?
Did they?
Or are they hiring a new one? Something like that. I thought I just saw the last hour or so.
They make Google for a reason.
Yes, they
I'll
do.
look it up.
They make Google for a reason. This is exactly that reason. I'm just, I'd be surprised if the Detroit Lions didn't, and every other team in the league doesn't do more to try to reemphasize to the players what the rules are. I mean, the NFL can do what they're going to do, and you know they have an obligation. Players certainly should pay attention and know what they can and cannot do. It's their livelihood. But the teams also have to do what they have to do to try to make sure that the players understand, because It's a business. It all goes together.
Gary Barta, the athletic director at Iowa, announced his retirement effective August 1st. So that's what it is. 248-539-9797. We'll get to more of your phone calls and feedback. Also, next hour, Gator, I have a completely ridiculous pet peeve.
Okay.
I saw it yesterday, and I was like, God, this bothers me so much, and it shouldn't. And it has to do with our Red Wings.
Oh.
We'll get to that today at 12:20 here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Well, it's going to be absolutely gorgeous weather this weekend. Looking at it outside right now, it's incredible. It's picturesque. It's going to be that way all weekend long for the great holiday weekend. So I'll tell you what, people getting together, you know how this works. People get together, family gets together, friends get together. Do something nice for your family and friends, and bring a bottle of Flying Ace bourbon with you to whatever gathering it is. You can sit back and sip it on the rocks. You want to toast and celebrate those that are no longer with us. Whatever you want to do, it's really a great way to do it. Flying Ace Spirits bourbon is very, very tasty. It's a small batch American-made bourbon. It's blended in Holland, Michigan, which is part of the Coppercraft family, artfully crafted for the brave of heart. It's also a tribute to the American airmen of World War I and Michigan's rich history of producing some of the finest aviators and airplanes in the world. Flying Ace is a bourbon that pays homage to both. It's a blend of aged whiskeys. It's got notes of caramel, toasted rye, vanilla, and ripe stone fruit. As I mentioned, it's very versatile. You can have it any way you want. Have it with your favorite mixer. You want to mix it with ginger ale? No guilt with that at all. It's the perfect everyday drinker that's as smooth as it is unpretentious. There's no gimmicks. It's just great, approachable American whiskey for the maverick at heart. And listen, at only $30 a bottle, it's not going to bust your budget. Give it a try for yourself. You can follow them at Flying Ace Spirits on Instagram and stay up to date on their upcoming releases. And as always, please drink responsibly.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 The Ticket. Oh, we got a Tiger team that's 2 games under, 2 games back in second place, and looked great last night against the Chicago White Sox. Look, we've talked about it basically the whole first hour if you want to get into the Tiger discussion, but Twitter poll out there, do you think this team is going to compete in this division right to the end? It's certainly a topic as much about the division as it is about the Tigers, because the Tigers are not a great baseball team, relatively speaking, but they have by far the easiest remaining strength of schedule. It is the biggest gap between 2 teams in the strength of schedule based upon your opponent's winning percentage. Milwaukee at 29th is 0.08 of a percentage point ahead of where Detroit is. Every other 29 to 28, 28 to 27, nothing is, I think the other highest is 0.05, but this is the highest gap. They have an easy schedule the rest of the way. And, they're playing, they're approaching average baseball. And can average baseball win this division? Maybe.
Yeah, it can. And one thing that they can do, it would be really nice if they start doing to make us all feel better about what we're watching, is to capitalize more. They left 13 guys on base again last night. And this is something that's happened, I don't know if it's 3 times in a row now or 3 of the last 4 games, whatever it is, where they leave double-digit numbers on base. They haven't been able to come through with, they had a big hit, pinch hit, home run certainly the other night, and they had a big hit yesterday that happened in the game. But compared to the opportunities that are there, they're not hitting at a high percentage of those. They'll go 1 or 2 out of 13 in the game where they need something big, and it just doesn't happen. They had 11 walks last night. They had 21 base runners, but only 7 scored.
248-539-9797. We're also reacting to the breaking news story in The Athletic that the NFL is investigating a 5th Detroit Lion in their gambling probe. The Pro Football Talk tweeted out that this is a Lions problem. They said Jameson Williams says he didn't know about the gambling policy. That's squarely on the Lions for not making sure all players knew the rules and the consequences for violating them. They tweeted that out and then followed up. I'm guessing they got a little blowback. And Pro Football Talk's Twitter account said Lions had 4 players violate the policy. 4. If the message isn't getting through, the messenger at some point is to blame. And we've debated, is it possible it's on the Lions? Sure. Got to wait for more information to come out here. But at this point, you can draw that conclusion if you want. I want to hear what the Lions have to say about it. Jameson Williams, we just played the soundbite. They said he didn't know the policy. But there was reporting yesterday from beat writers that Dan Campbell said they knew the policy. So,
well, they may have been told the policy. It doesn't mean they know the policy, right? If they were at a seminar with the NFL and talking about it, as you said, maybe they're not paying attention.
Yep.
And they came out of it and you give somebody a quiz on it and they can't pass the test, then they didn't get the point across. Either it's their fault for not getting the point across or it's the player's fault for not listening to the message.
Just real quick, follow before we get back to the phone calls. Our Twitter poll is, are the Lions going to be in the hunt for the American League Central right to the end? 45% say yes, 55% say no. Feel free to go vote at DunGator971. Comment. We read many comments on the air. Let's get back to your phone calls. Eric's in Northville, and he's on 97.1. Hello, Eric.
Hey, Doug. How you guys doing?
Okay, thank you.
So, digging into this, there's unfortunately, I think this goes back. It's 100% on the players. There's no way to police it. Every way that you would, there's a way around it. So, keep in mind, so the caller called earlier about Wi-Fi, and you have to be on Wi-Fi. You can bet, FanDuel, DraftKings, whichever one you want to do, you can do over cellular. You don't have to be connected to Wi-Fi. It does a location check, but it does it via cellular as well. So, if they wanted to get around it, they could easily not join or jump off of the, Lions complex Wi-Fi and make the bet right from their phone.
Right.
And the way and then, as far as locking down location wise, the way that check works is they're basically, narrowing you down to a zip code. And is that zip code in a legal state to gamble? So yeah, they could lock down the, say, Allen Park zip code. They could lock down, even per user, this number cannot do it or this account cannot, go in this zip code in Allen Park or this zip code in, in Detroit. But there's no way to block them as they're, on a bus or as they're, traveling. So I mean, at the end of the day, there's really no way. I mean, the only way to prevent it from for someone else other than a player to prevent it, meaning the team or the betting site, is for them to literally just not allow them to bet at all, which the betting site's not going to agree to, because they can bet on other things if they're not quote unquote at work. I mean, at the end of the day, it's really just there's no technology.
I'm not sure that the betting site wouldn't agree to it, Eric. And the reason is they're in business with the NFL, and the NFL may say, "Hey, if we're going to continue with this working relationship, this has to be something."
Right. I agree. If the NFL wants to put it to them in that regard, so yeah, right. The NFL could essentially mandate, change the rule to you can't bet.
Yeah.
At all, but as as the rule, as they have it set up right now, where they can bet on other sports, just not at the facility or not at blah 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 blah. There's really no way from a technology standpoint to police these guys. They literally just have to follow the rule.
Hey, thank you. 248-539-9797. That goes back to something we said earlier too. Is while we can point fingers at the people in charge, there is a degree of personal responsibility.
Absolutely.
There is apparently 99% of the league follow the rules. Now we'll see in this next wave that Adam Schefter promised. But Tony's in Madison Heights and next. What's up, Tony?
Hey, guys, I don't know if you'll remember my call, but I was the guy who wanted them to draft a kicker. And also I'm the guy who about a year ago planted his flag for Riley Patterson. And now I found my flag and I replanted it this morning, and I'm rooting for Riley Patterson. Now, Doug did a deeper dive and convinced me when I called earlier in the year that he and Badgley are about the same, but I still like Patterson.
Well, I'll
and I
say
was
this.
wondering.
The Lions, what they did is they obviously traded for him back. The dude that got released by Denver signed in Jacksonville. Jacksonville then released Riley Patterson. And the Lions didn't think they were going to get him through the waiver process, so they were able to convince Jacksonville to, I guess, reclaim him or not waive him, and then gave up a conditional 7th-round pick in 2026. I'm intrigued as to what the conditions are. And you got your guy back.
Yeah.
Hey, man, Tony, you got your guy back, and so we'll find out.
Well, now he's got to beat out. Hey, but now he's got to beat out Badgley, though.
He does.
And if he doesn't, then they got the better kicker, right?
Yeah,
now,
but
now you have competition.
But they chose Badgley. I thought they chose erroneously Badgley last year over Patterson.
Well, and we'll find out if it was
back in competition.
Yeah, they're back again.
So if you're Badgley, how are you feeling right now?
Threatened.
Yeah, there you go.
Well, do you feel good if you're Riley Patterson? I mean, it's a competition either way.
So you feel good because the team that
they traded for you, I suppose.
They traded for you, and you were out of a job in Jacksonville. So he probably does feel good. Not great. I mean, he hasn't been brought in. I mean, maybe we'll find out that they've already decided and they'll release Badgley. But I would imagine you're right. It's a competition.
I was going to say, how soon during that first discussion that Patterson has with Brad Holmes or Dan Campbell does it come up? It's a competition. Like 10 seconds into it?
Yes.
Like nothing's given to you.
I think two things. They'll emphasize the league's gambling policy and,
right.
And then shortly thereafter tell them it's a competition.
Do not bet on yourself, literally, if...
248-539-9797. All right, I think it's... I myself recognize this pet peeve as ridiculous, but it bothers me. It's almost, to me, it's like a degree of desecration.
Oh, my.
Yeah, we will get to that. Coming up at 12:20. 97.1 The Ticket.
Yes, we are. Happy Friday, everyone. Long weekend. Hope you got a good weekend plan with family and celebrate Memorial Day in appropriate fashion. We're going to go up north. Plans changed, and so we're sticking around this weekend. So hoping to get out on the bike for the first time.
Oh, boy.
Yep. Which means...
Take that motorcycle out? Where are you going?
No. Not a bike. Go ride the trails.
Oh, the bicycle.
Yep, put the helmet on.
I was walking through my sub the other day with Lois, and it felt like the Peloton went by my...
Oh, really? A whole crew of people?
There were like 30 bikes that
Did
went
they have
past.
sponsors? Please tell me they were.
Yeah,
They
of course,
were wearing the whole gear.
Yeah, they're wearing all the whole gear, and
Love it.
you know, and they take up the whole road, which is fine. I don't mind that. What I do mind is that when there's somebody that's walking on the road, whether I was by myself or with a dog, but I had the dog, be nice to maybe, start to move in a little bit towards the other side so that you're not going to be threatening coming in close contact with said walker, which happened to be me. And I was not thrilled with that. Get your exercise. You're out there on the road, on the bike, in the neighborhood. That's great. But I thought they were a little close. And I was like, I think I let loose. Really?
Did you?
Yeah, after about the 20th.
You don't
person
like
who passed.
bikers. I mean, it's become very clear to me that over the years you have a disdain for people on bikes. You don't like them because they were in the street, correct? How do you feel about them on the sidewalk?
No, they don't have no business on the sidewalk. I don't mind if they're in the street. I mind when they take over the street and they go like 4 abreast. Oh, you doing like the ambulance thing?
Yeah.
I don't. In the neighborhood, it's fine. I get it. But on the road, when you can't keep up the speed that the rest of traffic is going, you have no business being 4 abreast. Get back behind each other.
Single file.
Yeah.
But you were talking about how they came too close to you.
They actually were too close to me. I was like, go 3 abreast, that's fine. You're doing the crying eyes there.
Yeah.
Listen, I could, if I had simply reached out my arm, I would have clotheslined a dozen of them. That's how close they were.
Well, that would have been
close.
awfully rude of you.
If I had done that to a car, cars don't come that close to me.
Yep, just making sure I got this. So not on the sidewalk nor the street.
They can ride in the street. I don't have a problem with them in the street. That's where they belong. They don't belong on a sidewalk.
I ride on the sidewalk all the time.
Shouldn't do it.
Yeah, well, you know what scares me?
It's a sidewalk.
What scares me is people in cars with phones.
People in cars with phones should scare you. That should scare you if you're driving a car.
Now, I do not ask a pedestrian to get out of my way. I'm riding a mountain bike. I'll just ride around them on whatever terrain is there. Bring it on.
Sidewalk.
248-539-9797. All right, I got a pet peeve that is more ridiculous than Gators. I'll get to it today at 12:20. Let's get to your phone calls.
That must be pretty ridiculous.
DJ from Detroit is on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, DJ?
What up, though? You good?
Yeah.
I'm good. So, guys, I'm gonna put this one on the Lions. Simply, and here's my reasoning. Going forward, I'm ex-military. I'm a Marine. So everything you do in the military, guys, you sign something for your gear, for everything you do, and you initial. So with that being said, rules and that sort of things of this magnitude as far as gambling, Jamison Williams, all you young kids, him and Dan Campbell talking about he did, Jamison talking about he didn't. So this is what we're going to do. We're going to have a training class, and then you're going to initial at the beginning of the season, so we ain't got to have this back and forth. Get what I'm saying, guys? We can be done with the back and forth and the rules. I'm not putting blockers of internet sites in my job site. No, just be disciplined. Be grown men because you get paid millions of dollars and take care of business. That's just me.
I pretty much agree with you. I mean, I think there is a high degree of personal responsibility. In fact, the bulk of the responsibility falls on the individual. Now, is it up to the employer, in this case the Lions, or the NFL? Because the Lions said that the NFL conducts gambling policy training. Is it up to them to emphasize it more? There's no reason. No harm is done from Dan Campbell saying every 4th team meeting. And remember, you cannot gamble on NFL games, and you cannot gamble in any of our facilities when you're at work.
So right. So now I get what you're saying 1,000%, but since the severity of guys missing games and all this other nonsense. How about let's just double down? Anytime you two grown men, we're all grown. Anytime you do business or send emails, or even at the radio station you work with, what do? We're gonna put this in writing. We're gonna put it in writing. You're gonna initial. So I ain't gotta repeat myself every fourth day, every fifth day, because we're men and we're disciplined. Initial, and now you know. Here's the consequences from it, and be done.
Thank you for the phone call, DJ. 248-539-9797. Fifth line, as I'm sure many of you heard in the update, unnamed at this point, although not considered a prominent member of the team, is under investigation for violation of the league's gambling policy.
I think the whole initial, is he saying initial that you understand the policy?
Yes.
Or, okay.
That you have in writing, this is what it is. It kind of forces a person to look at it and initial. I mean, have I initialed things in the past that I haven't read completely? Yes. But that would fall back on me if
we
there was
have
an issue.
In our building, we have at different times of the year, we have to go on do some online training.
Oh, that's true.
Right?
I got one overdue.
So do I. Well, it's not overdue until like June 1st or something. But although you may have one.
I may have one overdue.
But there are these seminars that you have to go through, and they've gotten wise because people used to just breeze through it, not pay attention to it, right? Over the years, they've made it harder and harder to breeze through it. Now they've got it to a point where you have to pay attention to it. They quiz you at the end of it, and you have to pass it with, some of these you have to pass with, flying colors, or you have to retake the seminar. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I'm fine with it here. I'd be fine with it if that were the case in the NFL with players. There's just, you need to understand, and then you get a certificate of completion that you fully understand the rules. So again, it's on you. You've got this piece of paper. It's a certificate that says that you passed and you understand the rules.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate. This is the first kind of off-the-field nonsense in the Holmes-Campbell era of any significance. If you think back to this, since they've taken over, they've been kind of buttoned up relative to Lions teams in the past, right? Would you agree with that?
No, I would agree. I think anything that comes close is water on the bridge too. Would be the liking of tweets by Jameson Williams, which he also addressed and kind of blew it off by just saying, "Oh, dude, that's just social media." And
we'll play that soundbite for the people later.
Yeah, I kind of believe him with what I read. That meant no harm to Jared Goff. Loves Jared Goff. Has no problem. But that might be it. That or, the exit of Jamal Williams and what he had to say, but he wasn't thrilled because it sounded like he wanted to be back here in Detroit. But no, there hasn't been foolishness. We haven't had the going through the drive-through naked. We haven't had the
which
drunk
is a
driving.
low bar to set. Like all you got to do is keep your clothes on in the drive-through, and you've already done better.
We haven't had brandishing a weapon or getting caught with a DUI or stupidness, right? Yep. We haven't had that, and let's knock on wood, it stays that way. This is also maybe in some ways this can be worse because this resulted in a 6-game suspension and also resulted in players losing their jobs because they were going to be gone for the full year, and they're just not making a team now.
248-539-9797. All right, my ridiculous Red Wing pet peeve. We'll get to that today at 12:20. I think you're going to laugh at me, but
I will definitely laugh at you.
Just can't help it. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Well, spring is here. Next week, we're going to have summer-like temperatures. That means it's fast approaching. You do not want to get caught with a flooded basement or a scorching hot house this year. Call Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling today. Now, they dropped a special offer. It's just in time to beat that heat. Birmingham Plumbing is now including a free ultraviolet light air purifier or a high-efficiency air filter when you have both your furnace and air conditioning systems replaced. Now, in addition, they'll include up to a full 5-year parts and labor warranty that comes with annual maintenance. That's awesome. And don't be worried about that cost up front because Birmingham has got you covered there too. They offer financing options for your new furnace or AC system for as low as $70 a month. So whether it's your air conditioning, a furnace, a pool heater, a boiler, or water filtration, maybe you got a flood in your basement, a clogged drain, a cold pool, problems with your sump pump with the rain we got in April, whatever the issue is, call Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling today at 248-282-3971, and they'll take care of it. Or you can schedule an appointment online. That's easy at birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, Your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
Gator, how's your boy Michael Block doing? If you missed it, Michael Block, who became the darling of the PGA Championship last weekend.
And he was.
Finished tied for 15th. Earlier this week went on a podcast, the Stinger McCoy podcast, and made the comment that if he had Rory's length, he'd be one of the best players in the world because he has a world-class short game. Yesterday at the Charles Schwab, he shot an 81. He was in 120th place out of 120 golfers.
It's 11 over par.
He had 7 bogeys. He had 3 doubles, and he was the worst putter by far. He lost 10.68 strokes on the green. You know, strokes gained and strokes lost. That they
well, there it is. That's
the short game that he said he had a world-class short game.
Yeah, he wasn't very good, although he did have a couple of spectacular shots. I mean, I'll give him credit. sometimes he can have an amazing shot. That's the game of golf.
Mm-hmm.
I give him all the credit in the world for what he did last week. To do 4 rounds in a major, to play 4 rounds in a major at that level where he was basically even par going into the last day and he was in the top 10 and he's a club pro, that was awesome. But humbled quickly this week. And you can make a bunch of excuses all you want to do. But in the end, he was 11 over par yesterday. He's 1 over today through 9 holes. So he's calmed down today, which is good. But he's still in 120th place.
Well,
I don't think he's going to make the cut, Doug.
Gator was really annoyed with him yesterday.
Well, because
He
his
just went-
comments were, it was over the top.
It was, I think he got wrapped up in the moment. I don't think he has a whole lot of, I think it's pretty safe to say he doesn't have the media training and experience that virtually everybody else on the PGA Tour has. And it showed. And he said something that was a little ridiculous.
I don't know. Watching him play, I watched basically him play the back 9 yesterday. I watched the entire back 9 for him. And a lot of interaction with fans and because they have microphones with them and all that. You could hear a lot of what was going on. I don't like his body language either. And maybe it's just because I've already started down the road of not liking this guy. And
now you're giving him no breaks.
I know. But I said he had some amazing shots, and he really did. There was one shot in particular that I thought was going to go in from like 180 yards out. It missed the hole by 3 inches, rolled past it by 3 feet, and he tapped it in.
Okay.
And there goes our golf talk for the week.
Yep. So here's my pet peeve. I got behind a vehicle yesterday that had the winged wheel sticker on the back window.
Okay.
I think if you're going to put a winged wheel sticker or logo anywhere, you need to work very hard to place it at the correct angle.
Are you talking like you got an OCD here because it was a little askew?
I might have an OCD-ness when it comes to this.
Because it's
This
tough
car-
because that wing, it curls up.
Yes. This car had it way too steep. It was almost as if the wings were going straight up. And I'm like, you can't do that. Like that is, it is.
You don't do that.
That's desecration of the logo.
You don't do that.
I'll give you another example. Google search Cameron Fry Red Wing jersey. That is the opposite. From the movie Ferris Bueller's Day Off, it was really cool that Ferris's friend Cameron had a Red Wing jersey, a Gordie Howe jersey. However, the logo was the opposite of too steep. It was too flat.
Oh, right.
Completely
It was like
incorrect.
straight across.
It was.
It looks like a dog with its ears kind of pinned back as it's being pet, or a cat.
Now, is this silly? Yes.
No, it's not silly.
But it bothers me. I'm like, if you go so far as to get a Red Wing sticker of some kind,
You have a responsibility.
you have a responsibility. I assume you're a fan. I assume that you're a fan that's proud of being a fan. Then damn it, put the logo, and I don't know what the degree is. Is it 38 degrees, whatever the angle is supposed to be? But you got to get it right.
You absolutely have to get it right. You owe it to the organization. You owe it to the hockey gods to get it right. I'm with you on this 100%.
I'm showing Gator the logo.
That's a little high.
Yeah, it's like
a little high.
It's like straight up and down. And I was like, you can't do that.
Yeah, that's awful. And I have some OCD in me when it comes to lining things up. That would drive me nuts. It's driving me a little nuts right now, to be honest.
Not showing you that?
Yeah,
You don't do that.
No, you don't do that.
So is this silly? It might be. But if you are a Red Wing fan,
It's not silly because it's the Red Wings, okay? And
Yeah.
we're all Red Wing fans here. It's not silly. It's ridiculous that you would put it up in your car and not do it properly.
Now, I think it's probably easy to mess it up if you're not.
I think it's easy to
But
mess it, yeah.
I would take my time to
Yes.
really look at a Red Wing logo. What's the angle, and how do I put it so the wings are coming out of the wheel at the correct angle?
And frankly, the manufacturer of that sticker should have the sticker should not be just the shape of the wing wheel. It should be in a square or rectangle, something with right angles,
something to help you
to let you know how it's supposed to be hung.
Yep. This is effing important, okay?
It is.
Don't mess it up. Don't mess it up. 248-539-9797. Have at it.
No, I'm with you. I will fight alongside you.
All right, good. Let's get
just like you'll fight alongside with me. If you're on a bicycle, you have no business being on a sidewalk. Thank you. None.
We agree on one thing. Let's get to your phone call. Steve in Detroit. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Steve.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
How you doing, sir?
Working on the Hudson building downtown, man. It's getting up there, isn't it?
I haven't seen it in a minute.
It is starting to take shape, huh?
Yeah. But no, I heard that. I had to call in. I'm a carpenter, right? And I must have drove behind the same guy yesterday because I seen it. It was almost pointing at the sky.
Yeah.
I'm like, what is this? Why are you doing this?
You can't do that.
Sacrilege.
It is. You're not crazy for thinking that way.
Okay.
I've seen them before. Too. I've seen them in other cars, and I'm thinking, just take an extra 5 seconds. Make it a little, you know what I'm saying?
You know what, Steve? He should be pulled over by a police officer, law enforcement of some kind. Pull him over and get him to do it right.
That's right. You scrape it off, redo it.
Yep.
I mean, it's wrong two different ways. The Cameron Fry Red Wing jersey from Ferris Bueller, it's too flat.
It's straight across.
And I've never expressed this frustration on the air because I think it's awesome that a major motion picture had one of the key characters rolling around in a Red Wing jersey.
Gordie Howe jersey.
Yep, it was awesome. And yet, jersey's incorrect.
God, they're selling it on Amazon too. They're selling the incorrect jersey on Amazon.
You can buy the same. Is it possible that way back in the day the Red Wing logo was at a different angle? Like it might be that in Gordie Howe's day, an authentic Red Wing jersey, the winged wheel was at that angle. But
well, let me just
maybe do a Google search. Like that would be a good bailout for it. But it's still, the point remains that if you're putting a Red Wing sticker on the back of the car, make sure the wings come out at the correct angle. The wings are behind the wheel in the correct angle. Do you see a Gordie Howe?
Yeah. It may have been kind of strange.
Kind of flat.
Flatter
than it is now.
Well, I don't know. I've seen a couple different looks here. No, I think it slants up the way it's supposed to.
Okay.
Yeah.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Dan and Celine. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Dan.
Hey, guys. Hey, maybe it's a distress signal. Like American flag when it's on backwards or upside down, we're in distress, and maybe they're just acknowledging the last few years of Red Wing hockey.
We should have. Is a distress signal somebody's in danger, or is it a distress signal about the Red Wings?
About the Red Wings.
Oh, okay.
Could
Got
be.
it.
Actually, you know what, Doug? I'm looking at an older black and white photo, Gordy.
Yeah.
It does look like
it was
used
flatter
to be
back then.
Flatter, which is so wrong. They updated it and made it better.
Okay, but with that said, at least then there's an authenticity to what Cameron Fry was wearing in the movie.
Yes, that is true. Yep. The authenticity of the guy driving the car with a sticker, he just placed it wrong.
Yes.
Unless he wants to say I'm paying homage to the 1953 Red Wings.
Did they have a steeper logo? Because the guy with the wings were pointing towards the sky.
No, I haven't seen. Oh, you're right. Sorry, that guy was I was going with the Cameron Fry one.
You can't do that.
You can't, and you shouldn't.
No.
It did change. It seems like it changed pretty quickly, but at one time the Gordie Howe crest of the Red Wing across was pretty flat across, and it changed shortly after that.
Carson Anderson, 97.1. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Joe writes in via ticket text, my brother pulled the same move on his car with the winged wheel too vertical. I used to tease him mercilessly about it.
You can't do that.
Larry at work, hey, Doug, how are you with people who can't place their license plate tabs in the correct location? Doesn't bother me. Not like this.
I mean, I don't pay attention to it. I pay attention to my own. And I try to, as I'm saying, I'm going to take a look out and see. No, I think mine's pretty lined up well.
Unnamed texter writes in, Doug, I am coming to the understanding there's an entire group of people that exist that do not care at all about the details of doing things right. Amen, my brother.
Yeah.
Amen. The worst
What is wrong with society today? What has happened?
The whole country's going to hell.
Nobody uses punctuation anymore. I mean, we can't. We have to hyphenate or we have to shorten every word because it's just too taxing to write it all out.
LOL.
You can't write the word Y-O-U. You have to write you. Just the letter. Come on. And now this.
And worst of all,
you can't line up the winged wheel sticker on your car.
Can't be too steep and it can't be too flat. Jeff writes in, the
You
worst
people make me sick. What's the matter with you? You walk on the wrong side of the road. You walk into traffic, not with traffic. You ride a bike with traffic. And the bike is on the road, not on a sidewalk. Get off my lawn! You Sky!
Just get it right when it comes to the Wings
Just
logo.
get it right when it comes to the Wings logo. We know what it looks like.
And when it looks wrong, it's
wrong.
desecration of the logo.
It is. And you should feel embarrassed and ashamed and remove it immediately and fix it.
At risk of deportation. Jeff writes in, the worst is when people put the sticker on both sides of a truck and one is backwards. Ugh. Larry in Ypsilanti writes in, it's funny you're talking about this subject. My best friend has a Red Wing tattoo and the emblem is backwards on his shoulder and he didn't seem to realize that. 248-539-9797.
So it slants from top left to bottom right instead of the other way.
It's flipped.
Oh, no.
The mirror image.
Can't do that.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Jerry in St. Clair Shores. You're next. What's up, Jerry?
Hey, guys. Hey, Doug. Hey, Gator.
Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, it sounds like you got Bluetooth or something. Can you take us off that?
Sounds like you're on a Zoom call.
Actually, I'm not on Bluetooth. I literally just took you off. You can't hear me good?
Oh, well, yeah, but you're cutting
coming
in
in and out. But anyway, your point is what?
The real easy way to put the logo up is there's a flat spot on the wing, and all you do is you keep that flat spot level. That's the proper way that the logo goes.
Sounds good. I'll let him go. That was kind of weird.
I
Flat spot on the wing, keep that flat spot level.
I don't see a flat spot on the wing.
Red Wing.
I'm looking at the logo
There
right now.
should be rules so we get it right. Because I could see how you could mess it up.
Well, I could see it as well. Now, there's the middle of the spoke, but the way this is showing up, that doesn't even line up properly. It depends what logo you have, I guess.
Yeah, there's a couple different. I'm just doing a Google search. Maybe one of the best ways to do it is, do you see that there's on the very left side of the logo on the wheel, there is like a white accent that ends.
Where the other begins?
Yeah, where the red begins.
Yeah.
If you kind of use that and make that flat,
Yes.
would
There you
that be
go.
the best way to do it?
I think that's yes.
I mean, maybe that's. I mean, if he's talking about the flat part, like above the two wings, where it rounds up and levels out, maybe that's also similar what he was talking about. But you got to get it right. 248-539-9797. Sean in Rochester. Hi, Sean.
Hi, how are you guys?
What's going on?
So, yeah, you guys stole my thunder a little bit. The logo did change. It was flat in the Howe era, and it's progressively moved up. I think in the late 70s, they kind of cambered it upwards. But it makes me crazy to see the old one. And some of the networks actually still put it up sideways, where it's flat.
It's really
lateral.
flat. Yeah, it's kind of it's not
But if
steep
you really
enough.
want to go nuts, there's one thing that'll make you crazy, the Portland Trailblazers logo. It's an
Oh, I know.
abstract design.
Yeah.
And if you look at it from the 70s, it was at a 45-degree angle. And then one day they decided, let's make it vertical. You'll still see it wrong half the time when it's online. But if you're OCD for logos like I am, you're definitely going to notice that.
So that logo, when I was a kid, I thought that Portland Trailblazers, I thought it was a P, and a B. Like it stood for Portland Blazers. Isn't that what it's supposed to be? But the problem is it's not a P, it's a Q.
Right, it's backwards.
Yeah. So it's not, but
he's right. It's going to drive me nuts now because I see two different logos for Portland Trailblazers. One is where the Blaze Trail, if you will, is like vertical, and the other one is where it's on a slant.
And you know what
I hate this.
You know what the 5, I remember reading about this because I was like, what the hell is that logo? I always thought it was a P and a B, but it's a Q and a B. I thought it was like PB for Portland Blazers, but
it's Qbert. Terrible video game from the 80s.
And they have 5 lines, and the 5 lines for the B and the 5 lines for not the P, but the Q represent the 5-on-5
Oh, I see the
of the
different
NBA.
colors. So you got,
Yeah, the NBA 5 players versus 5 players.
So clever.
Yeah. The
So
Portland Quail Blazers. 248-539-9797. We're going to take out all the quails.
With fire.
Yeah.
Nothing but fire. Quail hate fire.
I mean, right?
They run from fire. Hey, Bob, nice to see you today. Oh, thanks. See the cats out? I don't worry about the cats so much. No? Why not? It's a damn fire. Got to watch out for the fire, man. Why do you think they're called the Quail Blazers? Gee, Bob, I never thought of it like that. Now that you mention it, I lost my dad to the fire.
Somebody's got to eradicate the quails. I mean,
you know, when you hear about the forest fires, first ones to leave are the quail. How do you know there's trouble brewing? We just saw a whole flock of quail go one way.
Must be a fire.
Better call the fire department.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Mike. You're on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Mike.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
All right, Mike.
Hey, man, I had to call in as soon as I heard you say this, Doug, because you've made me feel validated. It just bothers me to no end, and my wife has given me all kinds of crap over the years about it because it's really not that big of a deal, but it's just one of those things that gets to you, right? And it's not just the Red Wings logo either, Doug. Have you ever noticed that people put the Lions logo on their car wrong too?
It is the Lions one. I've noticed it doesn't bother me as much, and I'm not sure why. But the Lions, it's getting the jumping lion at the correct angle. It seems like people have a better percentage hit rate with getting that one on their cars right than the Red Wing logo. But yes,
right. I mean, I imagine that one will be harder because it's not like like the one caller said, you have that line on the top of the wing that you just make that level, but.
Tell your wife that your feelings are
valid.
valid.
It drives me nuts.
Your feelings are valid.
I appreciate that, guys.
248-539-9797. Dave in Detroit, you're on 97.1. What's up, Dave?
Hey, how you guys doing?
We're good.
Listen, I'm a retired Detroit cop, 28 years. I'm listening to you and Scott, and I literally had to pull to the side of the road because he had me laughing so hard. you guys are phenomenal. I listen to you every day, but oh my God, almost had an accident when he started screaming.
Oh, sorry, we don't want that. No, that would be a bad thing. But thank you for
that's all I had to say.
Thank you for listening, and thank you for your service, the line of duty.
No, thank you guys.
We appreciate police officers out there.
Absolutely.
248-539-9797. John's in a car and he's next. Hi, John.
Hey, Doug, how you doing?
I'm okay.
Hi, John.
So, I want to add, hey, Gator, I want to
Hey,
add
John.
to your angst, Doug.
Uh-oh.
What about the guy that has not only the Wings logo screwed up, but he's got the Lions logo screwed up as well?
Never seen them
on the
together.
same back
on the same
windshield?
back wind. Have you seen them together?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. They'll have the Wings logo either flat or up
You know
in the
what?
air, like you said.
You know what I suspect?
Drunk driving?
No. Ohio native.
Oh.
It's got to be an Ohio native, right?
Well, it could be, but there's the flat Lions logo looks every bit as bad as the screwed up Wings logo.
I guess I haven't noticed it at the same rate that I see people screwing up the Red Wings logo. And I saw the Red Wing logo yesterday, and it was too steep. And I'm like, what are you doing? If you're a Red Wing fan, you know better.
You should
You
know
wouldn't
better.
put this sticker on your car if you weren't a fan. And you've got this super steep, like it's a diving wing or something. And it's not how the logo goes.
That's not how it goes.
That person should be banned from LCA.
That person should be shipped off to Ohio.
Lou is in Rochester Hills. What's up, Lou?
Hey, do you guys know why Cameron Fry wore a Red Wings jersey? Due to the fact that movie was based out of Chicago?
I don't. Is there a story behind it?
Yeah, his dad was a huge Blackhawks fan. He hated his dad. He had a great relationship with his grandfather. His grandfather lived in Detroit, and he took him to Red Wings games, but they took that part of the movie out before they...
Is that right? I knew he hated his dad.
He did it out of
He was
spite. Rebelling, huh?
Yeah, he was rebelling out of spite, and he had a great relationship with his grandpa. His grandpa probably bought him the jersey.
And that part of the movie ended up on the cutting room floor.
Yep.
Interesting. Lou, that's awesome. Thank you for sharing.
Still shouldn't have taken the car.
Oh, he should have done what he did. That, my friend, was a boy turning into a man.
Was that it?
That's what it was.
Yeah. What happened when that car went crashing?
It was a boy turning into a man who now had a huge problem. That's what that was.
What would that Ferrari would be worth today?
Well, I'm
lot.
sure you'll have an answer.
Yeah.
We've already established today that they've invented Google for a reason.
Yeah.
248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. I got a question for you. I got a question for you and the entire audience about the Meyer patch on the Tiger jerseys last night. We'll get to that today at 12:50. 97.1.
So I just did a little, Googling.
Yep.
The car that they used in Ferris Bueller's Day Off was actually a replica for obvious reasons.
Yes.
But it was...
Spoiler alert, it gets trashed.
Yeah. It was based off a 1961 Ferrari 250 GT California Spider, because Spider made it is the distinction for a convertible. According to Haggerty, which does price guides for cars, $17.5 million for a Concours, a condition car. $16.1 million for a car that's in excellent condition. $14.9 million for the car that's in good condition, and $13.7 million for a car in fair condition.
My God,
it's quite a vehicle they used in that movie.
Ferris Bueller was one of those movies that you could never remake because everybody having a cell phone,
right?
They'd have no problem finding Ferris. His parents would have no problem.
What if they tried to do it and they updated it? So you had. Oh, hey, we got to take the tracker off the phone.
Right. You could work around. There are workarounds for sure, but cell phones,
Who would be the Sausage King?
Abe Froman?
Yeah.
Yes.
Look at you.
Yes. Got it.
Well done. Well done.
Pretty proud of myself.
Yeah, that was a movie I said to my parents when I was going out, I think it was in high school at that point, late high school years, and I said, I'm going out. Oh, what are you going to do? Oh, we're going to go watch Ferris Bueller's Day Off.
Nice.
Yeah, we didn't watch Ferris Bueller's Day Off.
Oh, no?
No.
Oh, that's what you used to.
Somebody had a party.
Here's an unnamed texter. I mess with people's Red Wing magnets all the time. He may have no clue.
Ooh.
This was on a window. I don't think it was a magnet, but I used to work at Hudson in the 80s, and we sold that jersey exactly the way it was in Ferris Bueller's as a throwback. My brother pulled the same move on his car, wing wheel 2 vertical. What else do we got here? We'll circle back to it. Hey, so the Meyer patch on the Tiger jerseys.
Yes.
First chance to see it last night.
Yep.
You really wouldn't even notice it watching on TV.
I'm telling you.
If there's a close-up, you see it. The first thing that made me laugh, I think, was McKinstry coming to the plate with all the armor, like the elbow pads and all that, completely covering up the logo. And I'm like, there you go.
That's getting your money's worth.
Yeah.
No, when you get the view from behind a pitcher, you're not seeing it. You're not, if you're at the game, you're definitely not seeing it. It's something.
It's really small. It's good for tight shots, and you'll know it's there when.
Where it comes into play, I would imagine, if it annoys you, is if you were going to buy a jersey for yourself or for a member of your family, and you want to get the authentic one. Well, the authentic one now would need to have that logo, and you're like, I didn't want a logo on this.
Now, if you think it looks disgusting, and it is desecration of the jersey, that's fine. Everybody's got their own feelings. It's relatively meaningless to me. I will say, for some reason, I think the line gets drawn, and you cannot displace the team logo in any way. You cannot sell the front breast of the jersey to Meyer and have it read Meyer where the Old English D is. You cannot have United Wholesale Mortgage get the front of the Red Wing jersey. But I did start thinking today, Gator, and this is what I want to ask the people, and I want you to think about it. I want to know which pro sports team will be the first to sell their chest.
First to sell their chest.
Yep, the first pro sports team that will say, screw it, we'll take a huge money deal to sell their chest. I wrote a team down.
Okay.
And I want to take texts right now at 248-539-9797. Let's get some what pro sports team will be the first to sell their chest.
Okay.
Give it some thought.
I'm giving you want me to say no?
No, I don't. I want you to hang on to it.
All right. I've got a thought process that goes with this, as you know.
From an unnamed texter, you guys realize Ohio natives could screw up the Block O.
Oh, that's not nice.
Just struggle with the basic premise of verticality. You guys know the Chicago Bulls logo upside down is a robot reading a newspaper. I've seen that. Have you ever?
What is? Which logo?
Google search Chicago Bulls logo. Or maybe you can Google search upside down. I bet you can. Upside down Chicago Bulls logo.
Right up.
Yep. It's a robot reading a newspaper. You see it?
I can't unsee it.
Yes.
And he looks unhappy.
Yeah.
He's a frowning robot,
Yep.
even though the frown would be just based on his chest. That's great. That's fantastic. The logo for the band Dio, Ronnie James Dio's, the late Ronnie James Dio's band, the name Dio, the 3 letters D-I-O, when it was written on the albums, if you flipped it upside down, you could read devil.
Gavel?
Devil.
Oh, devil. I'm sorry. Curtis said, I just checked Google, and the Red Wings logo search is now the #1 most searched thing at this moment. Oh, we started a movement, huh? The artist that did the backwards wings logo tattoo had to be a Maple Leaf fan. That's from Ben. The flat spot is on the middle of the left side of the wheel. Yes, it's where the white, if you're trying to figure out the right angle, when you're putting a Red Wing sticker on the back of your car, it's where the red and the white come together. You
use that as a
marry them
horizontal
up, and
line.
that should be a horizontal line. Let's go to Brandon in Tennessee. You're at 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Brandon?
Hey guys, how you doing?
We're good.
So the Tigers Meyer logo, it really isn't that big. So I used to play baseball, and our high school teams, they'd have patches and sponsorships from the local area, and the patches, as a pitcher on the throwing arm, when they put it on the right side, it kind of is like scratchy, and it's just an uncomfortable feeling. I'm thankful the Tigers, isn't that big of a logo. I know the Padres have a huge Motorola logo for their ad on their jersey, and I just feel like, I'm sure it's not nothing major. It's just, something uncomfortable with the patching instead of like a printed logo on the jersey.
Yeah, I thought it looked cheap when you see it up close and personal. But at the end of the day, I couldn't tell it nearly as much watching the game on TV as I could tell in the pictures that they ran in the Free Press and News yesterday. So.
Yeah, and it's nothing, to be super I hate it, I love it. I know people have opinions on everything. It's just, it's just not big. It's not, doesn't just stand out completely and take away from that beautiful Tigers D.
Thank you for the phone call, 248-539-9797. All right, we asked the question, which professional sports team will be the first team to sell their chest and displace their team name or logo on the front of their chest with a corporate sponsor, a la Premier League soccer, a la European soccer, where on the front of a jersey it may say, British Air, Virgin Airlines. And I guess for the NFL, though, it wouldn't be the chest. It'd be the helmet, right? That would be the sacred ground that you cannot sell, but
right, because you don't really have
helmet.
logos on the jersey.
Yeah,
right.
I guess we'll include the helmet for the NFL. So which professional team will be the first to sell their chest or their helmet? I think I wrote down a perfect team name. You got a guess?
I'm still thinking.
Okay, we'll take some text on this as well. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Yeah, we talked a lot about that fifth line, not prominent member of the roster last year, but being investigated. They haven't released the name. The Athletic has said that because it's an ongoing investigation, they won't. But apparently...
Holding on to this for a while.
What's that?
This name. They're holding on to this name for a while. It's been hours now. I just expected it to be like, oh, yeah, it'll be released at noon. You know, it's embargoed until noon. I mean, the Athletic knows who it is.
They apparently do. All right, we have some interesting NFL breaking news that we will get to in a moment because it comes back to how does it impact us. But we've asked who will be the first NFL, or not NFL, pro sports team to sell their chest, where they'll replace their team name and logo with a corporate sponsor. And just waiting for the text to come over here. But yes, you were wondering who it is. Gator, what was your criteria for choosing your team?
Well, I wanted to see if I could eliminate. I eliminated the NFL because there wouldn't be a first. It would be the entire NFL would switch at the same time. Because that's how that works. That's the NFL is all about making money, and this would be a money-making endeavor, but the whole league would switch at the same time. So I rule those teams out. Then I look at, okay, salary cap leagues like the NBA and the NHL. I mean, it's possible that one of those leagues could have somebody do that. I could see that. But I think the more likely one is baseball. And I guess when I think about baseball, because there isn't a salary cap in baseball, I mean, there's a luxury tax, but there's no basement or floor. So there are some teams that just don't make money. So looking at those teams that don't make money or a ton of it, would they go and try to get the money grab with a sponsorship? And so that leaves me thinking like Kansas City, Oakland, Pittsburgh, Milwaukee, teams like that. So I've narrowed it down. Oakland is going to Vegas. They're going to have plenty of money in Vegas. It's not going to be that team. Kansas City's uniform is just too great. I love their jerseys. I think they're awesome. Classic. I can't see them doing that to that. I'm going to go with Milwaukee.
You're going with Milwaukee?
I'm going with the Brew Crew.
All right, here's what's come in. Cincinnati Reds, stupid-ass logo to begin with. That's from Booker. Unnamed texter says the Minnesota Hostess Twinkies. Someone else says the Jacksonville Jaguars will sell their helmet. Unnamed texter said the Red Wings with the Little Caesars logo. Can't see that happening. Oakland Athletics will do it. Well, they're not going to be in Oakland for very long. L.A. Lakers, Washington Commanders, strong candidate there. Vegas Golden Knights.
But the logo will actually be what their new team name is.
Right. The Raiders, Vegas Athletics, the Pistons, the Dallas Cowboys. I can't see that happen.
I could see Jerry doing anything for a buck, but the problem with the NFL, like I said, is that the entire league would switch.
The Phoenix Coyotes. I went with the Tampa Bay Rays.
Solid guess.
To me, Tampa would be, they nobody goes to the games. I can't imagine their TV package is great. And
best record in baseball.
I know, right?
And they have
it's an incredibly well-run organization.
It's an amazingly well-run organization.
It's just in a market that couldn't care less, which is it's a real shame. All right, so we do have breaking news. The Cardinals have released DeAndre Hopkins.
Oh, they flat out released him.
They flat out released him.
Okay. Obviously, it saves them some money, but Hopkins has to. So what does he get out of that from being released?
Like, can he sign anywhere?
No, I know he's going to have to. He would have to clear waivers first, right?
It says DeAndre Hopkins now becomes a free agent instead of being traded. He can sign anywhere he wants, according to Adam Schefter.
Does he get any salary after being released? Is he owed money from Arizona?
I don't know.
Reason I asked that, because if he's still getting paid for this upcoming season,
I don't think
that
he
mean
is.
that he signs for very little with a contending team? So the obvious question is, how does this affect the Lions, right?
Yep.
Okay, here's how it affects the Lions. Lions without Jamison Williams for the first 6 games of the season.
Mm-hmm.
Their wide receiver room consists of, for the first game of the season, is effectively Amon-Ra St. Brown, Marvin Jones, Collie Freeman, and Josh Reynolds, right? And then Antoine Green, the rookie, and whatever undrafted rookies they have, undrafted free agents. DeAndre Hopkins is one of the best receivers in the National Football League. Is he as good as he was 2 years ago? No, but he's still damn good. Knowing that you wouldn't have to trade an asset to acquire him for a 1-year run with this team, would this make sense for the Lions? I think you could talk yourself into saying it makes all the sense in the world to sign with a 1-year deal. Would he sign a 1-year deal? Can you get 2 years for cheap?
Well, let me start by saying I don't need to talk myself into it. Yes, please. And the Lions are in a healthy cap situation. They have the 4th most cap space in the league. So who will they be bidding against? Well, these teams have more cap space. Chicago, Carolina, and Indianapolis.
Well, Carolina is a rebuilding team. Chicago's a rebuilding team. Indianapolis is a rebuilding team.
So is Detroit the team that checks the box of most cap space and a contender? I think the only way, maybe this is obvious, probably super obvious, but you go for this aggressively. The only way it burns you is if he's taking a significant turn south.
Do you have a list of all the teams in their cap space?
Yes.
How much cap space do the Jets have?
They have the 5th most cap space. Lions have $23.735 million, according to Spot Track, and the Jets have $18.274.
That's your competition.
That's your threat.
Yep. Get somebody with Aaron Rodgers.
God, it's amazing. The next team that's contending has 15.38, Cincinnati.
I could see him going there.
Yep.
You know, for him, he can pick and choose where he wants to go.
Again, eliminating teams that are either rebuilding or not really contenders. Dallas has 14.7 million, the 10th most. I'm sorry, 14.17 million, 10th most.
Where'd Hopkins go to school? Is he Clemson?
I think so, yeah.
How much does Cleveland have?
Cleveland has not much. 6.7 million.
That's not much.
No. You think about a reunion with Deshaun?
Oh, yeah. Did they play together in college? May not have.
I think they did, but hold on. Give me a moment. Maybe not. No, they didn't. I don't think so. D-Hop's too old. So who is his quarterback?
Well, D-Hop's 30 and he's 27, so maybe. Yeah, I love the idea of adding DeAndre Hopkins. I do. And yet, do they need to? He'd be an upgrade, and that's what you say. You know, don't be afraid to give up the good for the great, and this would be adding a great receiver to a room that could use a great receiver, certainly for the first 6 games. I know some people don't think that he'd be good in the room. I disagree. I think, he's made some mistakes, but I don't think he's a bad seed by any means. I think his story is fantastic, the story with he and his mom. I think it's an amazing story. You can't help but root for this guy. I'm a big DeAndre Hopkins fan. This is interesting. But I do think that they're going to have many suitors to bid against.
So Adam Schefter tweeted out, because everybody's now reacting to this news, and give credit where credit's due. UPS Church linked it on our Twitch streaming chat. On a recent appearance on the I Am Athlete podcast, free agent wide receiver DeAndre Hopkins listed the 5 quarterbacks he'd most like to catch passes from.
Oh, my.
We'll give you that list at 116 here on Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Man, just teasing us. Like this weather is teasing me. I can't wait to enjoy this weather. 3 o'clock today. You know what happens at 3 o'clock today? The rooftop deck at 24 Seconds Bar and Grill in Berkeley is open. That's right. That deck opens today at 3 o'clock. If you haven't been to 24 Seconds Bar and Grill in Berkeley before, you got to go. It is the best place to enjoy for viewing sports, period. Flat screen, high-definition TVs all throughout the place. They've got all the games. They got all the special events. You want to watch UFC events? They got them. They got pay-per-views. They got them. It's great at 24 seconds. I love the food there. It is great. The atmosphere is amazing, and the specials are all day, every day. Plus, they have the best wings in town. Here are some great specials. For Tiger games, you get $4 bottles of Miller Lite and Coors Light. The NBA Finals and the Stanley Cup Finals, which are upcoming, they're going to have great specials for those as well. I mentioned that they're open for lunch on Thursdays and Fridays. Today is a Friday. More springtime weather is around the corner. Springtime weather is here right now. Summer-like weather is around the corner. Get to that rooftop deck. It's a great place to hang and enjoy this summer all summer long. Plus, that's where they have trivia on Thursday nights. And if you need any event or party catered, let 24 Seconds Bar and Grill do all the work. It's fantastic. The service is great. The food is even better. Check out all the specials and happenings they have on their webpage at 24secondsbar.com and grab a taste of the action for yourself. It's my favorite place to go, 24 Seconds Bar and Grill on 12 Mile in Berkeley.
All right, here we go. 5 quarterbacks. DeAndre Hopkins, who is just released by the Arizona Cardinals. 5 quarterbacks he'd most like to catch passes from. The Bills, Josh Allen. The Eagles, Jalen Hurts. The Chiefs, Patrick Mahomes. The Ravens, Lamar Jackson. And the Chargers, Justin Herbert. Okay, so our guy isn't on the list.
Hey, he's not on the list. What happened there?
Now, does that mean he won't come to Detroit? No. I mean, so who do we got here? We got Kansas City, who has almost no cap space. They're 32nd in the league. The least amount of cap space in the league. Buffalo Bills, The Kansas City has $1.099 million in cap space. Now, you can create cap space, but can you create enough?
Out of thin air, you can.
Buffalo, 1.646, 31st in the league. Who else did he mention? He mentioned Philadelphia. They just cleared a ton of cap space. They got $12.692 million. The LA Chargers, they have 12.054. The Ravens, 12.381. So they're all about the same. So
this is why I ask, is he still owed money, even though he's been released? Does he get any money left from Arizona? Because that makes up the difference, right?
Mm-hmm.
If he was scheduled to make $20 million for this upcoming season, but because they released him, they save $8 million, they only have to pay him $12 or something like that. Because that brings all these teams into play.
Yep.
I think the Lions should kick the tires. It makes all the sense in the world to kick the tires on it and see if he's interested.
All right, so Ian Rappaport just tweeted, the Cardinals have officially announced the release of DeAndre Hopkins, which means teams don't need to wait to see his name on the personnel notice before making contact with him. They can begin negotiating with him right now. Brad Holmes, do not answer any other calls. Stop checking email. Whatever you are doing, I hope you're on the phone. Mina Kimes of ESPN. Mina Kimes tweets out, teams that should aggressively pursue D-Hop. Detroit.
Yes, they should.
New England. Carolina, Dallas, Atlanta, and Indy. And then Mina Kimes writes, Buffalo, Kansas City, and the New York Giants, though, I think cap might be tricky. Wow.
Well, I'm thinking about these other teams. What can the other teams offer that you wouldn't think would be involved in it? Like Indianapolis, for instance, right? Young quarterback going to take over the team.
Mm-hmm.
It's term, isn't it? Can they offer term? Hey, it's not just we only have so much salary cap space this year, but what we're willing to do is sign you to a 5-year deal, 5-year, $100 million deal with 60 guaranteed or whatever they want to do.
Jeff Darlington of ESPN. The whole world is reacting in real time to this breaking news. Totally speculative, but a short-term deal with the Chiefs would make so much sense to me. The fact that Hopkins is available via free agency shows you his value needs to be improved. Nowhere better to do so right now than with Kansas City. It's a win-win. Somebody then responded, weird way to spell Bills, which is funny.
Well, where would you rather play, Kansas City or Buffalo? I mean, Buffalo, the weather is horrendous at the end of the season.
Yeah, that doesn't scare me because I'm pretty tough. But
right, you're as hard as it gets, my man.
There's no doubt.
But that is a factor why people don't want to go to Buffalo. And
it is a factor.
Going to Kansas City, Patrick Mahomes is going to find you.
So I'm weird. I feel like if I went to Kansas City, there would be. I almost feel like Kevin Durant-ish. Like I'm just jumping on board to Golden State to get my title.
But they don't have offensively. Are they still gifted like they were in terms of receivers?
Probably not. I would be more inclined, I think, to go to Buffalo, but I'm the one, right?
Like Kansas City, for instance, the receiving core is Marquez Valdez-Scantling, Kadarius Toney, and Sky Moore.
There's a ton of playing time right there if he wants it.
Yeah, you know who fits in? DeAndre Hopkins.
Yeah.
He'd be the number one receiver.
I mean, but they've got no cap space. I mean, like you said, you could create it, but can you create enough?
They can because they've got the $50 million man who all he has to do is say, well, I'll restructure my contract.
That's true.
And everybody knows that he's going to restructure it anyway at some point because he's going to get passed over, and he's getting passed over by other quarterbacks. It's just a matter of time.
God,
sure, guys, I'll restructure.
Can we make this happen? Can we make this happen? 248-539-9797.
The other thing to keep in mind is this is what's going on with Arizona. There will be other players throughout the year that'll be in the same situation before training camp that get released, or that remain to be free agents that haven't been signed. is it more of a priority to go ahead and get the wide receiver, or do you put more of a priority on a defensive tackle that might become available? I suppose it depends on the defensive tackle, but you certainly would rather go the free agency route than trade route because you don't want to give up assets.
We made the comment that it felt like the Lions were war chesting for a big move, and we assumed it was defense, but they've got themselves in a position where they can strike right now if they so choose. If they can convince DeAndre Hopkins to come to Detroit, make this offense, they can offer more money than almost every other competitive team. As it stands right now, can somebody create some cap space and move beyond Detroit? Yes. But as it stands right now, Detroit has the most cap space and of all teams that would be considered contenders. If you don't consider Detroit a contender, that's fine. The 3 teams ahead of them are considered teams in rebuild: Chicago, Carolina, and Indianapolis. Now, it wouldn't surprise me if one of those 3 teams made the playoffs because that's the NFL. Okay, but it's less predictable. 248-539-9797. Let's get to your open line calls. We go to Nico in Dearborn Heights here on 97.1. Hi, Nico.
Hey, what's going on?
How you doing, sir?
I'm all right. How about you?
Good. Great, thanks.
So, yeah, I think we should get DeAndre Hopkins for sure. We have enough capacity. The Jets don't really need him as bad as we do. We proved ourselves last year. So I think this is a good opportunity for us to scoop him up.
I'm sorry, did you say the Lions don't need him?
No, we do need him.
Oh, okay.
For sure.
Well, I think with an enthusiastic pitch, they might be able to convince him to come here.
Do you want to make that pitch, Nico? Do you want to be the pitch man for the Lions to get DeAndre Hopkins here? Do you have the enthusiasm to get it done?
Not me. I don't think so, but I'm pretty sure the Lions can. You know what I mean? Like, we definitely need him. We got a 6-game suspension for Jamison. This guy can step in, and we can probably go undefeated if we get him.
Wow.
I think so.
Wow. What?
Undefeated. Okay.
Oh, my. Dumb.
Yeah, so
let's not get carried away there. But the thought of adding this guy to the offense.
Nico?
Yes,
DeAndre
Nico.
Hopkins. Yeah. Is Dan Campbell an asset here? Is this where Dan Campbell
He loves football players, man.
Can go out and recruit a guy we'd love to have you here, man. You're a perfect fit, man. You're the missing link, man. I mean, is Dan Campbell go all college recruiter? Bring D-Hop in on an official visit? Wine and dine him?
Huh.
What do you think?
I mean, I like what Dan Campbell brings to the table
in terms of just his ability to recruit.
Yeah.
What are you trying to find?
I'm sorry, I was just looking up to see the wide receivers coach. Isn't it
it's Antoine Randall?
Antoine Randall, right?
Yep. There you go. 248-539-9797. Ben in St. Clair Shores. What's up, Ben?
Hey, guys. How are you doing today?
We are doing great. Yeah. Thank you.
Perfect. I'm going to be like the Dan Patrick show. I'm 6'4", 225. Give me a little ding. But I think the Detroit Lions should absolutely pursue DeAndre Hopkins. The last big body wide receiver we really had in the red zone, besides peak Marvin Jones, was probably Calvin Johnson, Roy Williams, and those were every once in a while. If you look right now on our roster, you have Jameson Williams, who's going to be the speedy receiver up top. We have Amon-Ra St. Brown underneath. We just need that big body threat that a lot of good teams have. Like when the Giants won the Super Bowl, they had Plaxico Burress. And also, if you look at our tight end position, it's kind of relatively undecisive. Who's going to be the guy? Is it going to be Sam Laporta? Is it going to be Brock Wright? Is it going to be Shane Zylstra? He could just be the ultimate thing to take this offense over the top and be that threat.
Well, he is. He's not huge, though. I mean, he is 6'1", and he's also 30 years old. I don't know how much of a big body threat he is, but I know that he gets the job done without question. I mean, he's an excellent receiver. I think his best days in the NFL are behind him, but it doesn't mean he still can't have great days in the NFL. In 2020, he had 1,400 yards receiving, And then each of the last 2 years, he's only played 10 and 9 games respectively. He's been suspended. He's had injury issues, but I think he'd be incredible for this offense.
Pro Football Talk is reporting, along with the 5 quarterbacks he said he'd like to play with, DeAndre Hopkins, who has at this hour been released by the Arizona Cardinals. He also, the quarterbacks he mentioned were Jalen Hurts, Lamar Jackson, Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen, and Justin Herbert. He also told the I Am Athlete podcast earlier this week that he wants stable management, a quarterback who loves the game, and a great defense. Goff loves the game. We talk to him every. I don't know if there's a person on the planet that loves the game more than Jared Goff. Would you agree?
Is DeAndre Hopkins listening?
He could be.
Yes. There's nobody who loves football more than JG.
Yep. And it's funny because a lot of people think the defense was bad last year. 248-539-9797.
Nice little stretch there.
It's Carson Anderson, 97 won the ticket.